moved in on a house in.
This is a case that's been going on for many days now. And so there's a lot of other organizations involved as well. Agent Black, please stand by. We're going to get to Brian Enton. He is live on the ground in Pima County with breaking news. Brian.
Yeah, Katie, sorry, it's a little dark. We're in our car, and there is an active SWAT situation happening right now. Earlier, I reported that the SWAT team was staging. They have now moved in on a house in Pima County. And again, we're keeping our lights off because we're very, very close to where this is happening. And we don't want to interfere at all. And we don't want to reveal our location, obviously. We don't want to compromise the investigation. But I know that they have already, from what I can tell, pulled 2 people out of a house. And I know that this is connected to the Nancy Guthrie investigation. That I have confirmed. Whether this is going to pan out into something significant or whether we're going to sort of see what happened the other night with the man who was detained and then released, that I cannot tell you. But the amount of resources here is massive. We saw dozens of SWAT members. We saw at least 2 SWAT trucks fully armored. There's the FBI that is now out here. There's the Pima County Sheriff's Office. And there's at least, I must have followed at least 24 sheriff's deputies and FBI cars into this neighborhood where I am now. So I wish I had more information. I have, again, confirmed that this is related to the Nancy Guthrie investigation, that this is a SWAT operation, that they have pulled 2 people out. So I wanted to wait to come on until I knew that we were not putting any, law enforcement in jeopardy, like before they went in. They have already gone in, but we're just kind of waiting, Katie, to see how this plays out.
Brian, you say that there were 2 individuals who were pulled out by the Sheriff's Department, by the SWAT team. The SWAT team, just to clarify, is from the Sheriff's Department. This is not the FBI SWAT team?
That's right. It's the Pima County Sheriff's SWAT team. I did not see the FBI SWAT team. I know that the hostage rescue team, which I've reported in the last couple of days, I know they're also in Tucson right now. But it is the Pima County SWAT team that they are the ones that moved in on this particular house.
With the 2 individuals you saw pulled out, were they in handcuffs or were they walked out? Did they look like they were being arrested or just detained?
So it was a man and a woman, and it was hard to tell because it's so dark. And some of this is from sources. Some of this is not what I saw a little bit of it, but I'm also hearing that from several sources in terms of who was pulled out. So I couldn't see if they were handcuffed. But I am told it was a man and a woman, and there may also be a traffic stop close by that's also involved, which I'm trying to sort of piece that part of the puzzle together right now. But again, I do know for sure that this is connected to the Nancy Guthrie investigation.
I know you can't give us a lot of information about your location, but can you tell us if this is close to Nancy Guthrie's home, if this is somewhere outside of town? I mean, earlier this week, we had a man detained in Rio Rico, which is about 60 minutes south of Tucson, very close to the Mexican border. He ended up being released, although the FBI and Sheriff's Department did take some electronics from the home where he lived. So is there any information you can give us about just the general area of where this may be happening?
Yeah, so we're in Pima County. We're about 30 minutes from, I would say roughly 30 minutes from Nancy Guthrie's house. So we're not very far away. It's very, very dark out here, by the way. They don't have streetlights in this neighborhood either. But yeah, it's in Pima County. So much closer than when, like you said, when we went to Rio Rico the other night, when it was what seemed to be kind of a false alarm. They took the man named Carlos into custody. They detained him, questioned him, and let him go. But that was much farther away. That was like over an hour away, very close to the Mexico border. This is in the Tucson area in Pima County. I would guess, I need to look on my map, but I would guess about 30 minutes from Nancy's house.
We've heard a lot about the coordination or lack of coordination between the FBI and the Pima County Sheriff's Department. But as I was talking with Agent Black, there's also a number of other law enforcement agencies in Arizona. It's a big state. Of course, you have Tucson Police Department. You have state PD police, Arizona State Police. You have police in Phoenix who obviously are aware of this. Have you heard of any kind of communication or coordination between those more local law enforcement agencies as they've been trying to search for a new break in this case, knowing that the suspect could be anywhere?
Yeah, so it seems, because I was told the FBI is here also, so it seems like there is some coordination. It's interesting, I learned from several sources today that when we were in Rio Rico that night, it was yet another example of the FBI being upset with the sheriff's office. Apparently the way that went down was not very well coordinated, and they were not kept in the loop the way they expected to be, I am told. But it seems like so far tonight, from what I'm hearing, the FBI is part of this operation. Again, this is all kind of unfolding right now, so I haven't gotten like, I'm just getting kind of like real-time reports right now, so I don't know all of the agencies who are here, but I know it's the FBI. I know it's the Pima County Sheriff's Office for sure.
All right, Brian, stay there. We're going to keep you on the screen. And if you need to go, of course, just let us know and we'll get back to you. Also bringing in two other people now, former police chief Jeffrey Halstead and 34-year law enforcement veteran Randy Sutton. You know, a former detective said that the Pima County prosecutor is not well liked and has been missing during this investigation. She hasn't even been to the crime scene. What are your thoughts about that when it comes to what's happening here? Sir, on the left.
Who? Which one?
Yeah, which one?
1 second, sorry, I apologize. I have some mix in my ear here. Mr. 1 second, Mr. Sutton.
Why don't I just get started on this?
Mr.
Okay?
Sutton, go ahead. Thank you.
All right. So this district attorney, this prosecutor, is very well disliked within the law enforcement community here in Pima County. In fact, they call her Laura Con Lover, which pretty much explains the way that they feel about her. She is just a prosecutor who doesn't like to prosecute criminals. She has failed to hold people accountable for their crimes. She is, right now, she is with a bunch of other Soros-funded prosecutors who also follow the same path of, low bail, no bail, let's not prosecute people for their crimes. And she is the antithesis of someone who believes in criminal justice.
All right, Jeffrey, what is your response to just seeing what we have with the lack of coordination and these allegations in Tucson that the Pima County Sheriff's Department has not handled this very well from
decade after I retired, creating a platform straight. So it's going to be a significant challenge going forward.
All right, we're going to get back to Brian Enton, who has some more new information for us. Brian?
Yeah, so I wanted to tell you, Katie, I was wrong because we were driving around so much to get here that I got confused. We are just a couple of miles away from Nancy's house where we are. We kind of took a long roundabout way, so it felt like a longer distance. But now that I have looked at the map, we're just about 2 miles away, so we're relatively close. Again, the SWAT team is still out here. Maybe 24 law enforcement agents. And deputies, mix of deputies and FBI, two big SWAT team trucks outside of a house. And from what I am being told, there are two people who were pulled out, a man and a woman. It may have been a mother and son, I'm told. And just looking here, and it is connected to the Nancy Guthrie investigation. That's the latest that I still have out here, Katie.
So Brian, you are the only one on scene, correct?
Yeah, we're the only one here. We got lucky. We've been trying to be respectful of law enforcement and not follow too closely, but we kind of just ended up in the right place at the right time. And I'm pretty sure they have a perimeter now set up, kind of blocking off this area, and we're on the inside of it, which is why I'm trying to be careful. Just to sort of stay in the car at this point. But yeah, we're the only ones here, Katie.
Just for viewers who may just be tuning in, on the right side of your screen, you're seeing the Pima County Sheriff's Department, as Brian mentioned, setting up a perimeter, allowing now one of their vehicles closer to the scene. Brian is on the scene. Brian, can you tell us who is there? The FBI, of course, has been deeply involved in this investigation. There's been tension between the Sheriff's Department and the FBI. But in terms of the SWAT team that is there, what is the agency that went into the home to take those two people out?
Yeah, so it's the Pima County SWAT team, Pima County deputies, but I'm told the FBI is also here. And basically what happened, Katie, is earlier we got word that something may be going down tonight, that there was some movement behind the scenes. And I was reporting earlier the SWAT team was staging. So they all came together in a location in Pima County, which we knew about. And we were trying to, again, be careful about what we were reporting, but they were all there together. They called in canine units, they called in the SWAT team, they called in undercovers, and they all came together and staged in one place, kind of getting ready to see if this was going to happen. Then they moved to another staging location closer to where we are. And we waited longer to see how things were going to develop. And then finally, they moved here to where they actually conducted this operation, went into the home. Two people were brought out. I'm told there was also a traffic stop that happened close by that is somehow connected to what happened here. And that this is part of the Nancy Guthrie investigation. I don't want to, put the cart before the horse because we've seen other operations that didn't pan out. Of course, we saw what happened in Rio Rico the other night where we raced. We drove so fast down the highway to get to that one, which was right along the Mexico border. And it seemed promising. I mean, you had the FBI there. There was a search warrant there. They had the whole neighborhood shut down there too. Come to find out, they ended up letting that man go several hours later because he apparently was not connected. So I don't want to get too excited about this, thinking we may have a major development in the case. But at the same time, there are a lot of people out here, Katie. I mean, this is not a small operation. This is a very, very large operation. So it seems like it could be significant.
All right, Brian Enton on scene with some Pima County Sheriff SWAT team action. We will get back to you, Brian. For now, thank you so much for your updates, and we will be right back.
And that means
We are in a neighborhood just a couple of miles from Nancy Guthrie's house. There is some kind of intelligence that led law enforcement to this house tonight, and possibly a traffic stop also involved close by, which I'm still trying to nail down. We've been kind of waiting tonight. The SWAT team was staging, as I was telling you earlier, at a couple of different locations. We got an indication that something was going to happen tonight, and then they moved in on this house. Brought out a man and a woman, and it's the Pima County SWAT team out here, a ton of deputies, the FBI. I mean, it's a massive presence out here, and we're just kind of waiting to see what happens next. They're all still in front of the house right now, and we don't know if they're going to take someone away to be questioned. We don't know what's going to happen next, Katie.
Did you see the individuals who came out of the house? Were they in handcuffs, or were they simply being led away from the location?
Yeah, I couldn't tell. It's dark. It's raining tonight. It's actually the first time it has rained since I've been here for almost 2 weeks, and it's quite a bit of rain tonight. And they don't allow. There's this light ordinance here, which I'd never heard of before, but they don't. Which I knew from Nancy's neighborhood too. It's like literally pitch black here at night because they don't allow people to have lights outside because of like the stargazers. People like stargazing. So it's hard when you ask if the person was handcuffed. It's really hard for me to say, just because it was too dark. But I do know that 2 people were brought out of the house, and that one of them was the person who investigators were wanting to talk to about this whole about the Nancy Guthrie investigation. And they obviously are taking it seriously again, because I mean, 2 massive SWAT trucks, armored vehicles, I would say 24, 25 deputies out here. It's a really big scene, Katie.
So, Brian, compared to where you were in Rio Rico earlier this week when they went down and served a search warrant and detained and questioned an individual there who was eventually allowed to go and not charged as a suspect, although they did take away some electronics from the home where this man lived. What's the difference between what that scene looked like and tonight in terms of the resources that are there?
It feels very similar. It feels about the same. I mean, there was a ton of people in Rio Rico, cops, I mean, and the feds were there too. So it actually has a very, very similar vibe. And in Rio Rico, it seemed like maybe they had their guy. I mean, that was the sense when we were out there. Even the sheriff, the Pima County sheriff, was all the way in Rio Rico when we were there. So, and then remember, it turned out later that night that they let the person go and they questioned him, and it wasn't the right person. So that's why I don't want to get hopes up too high here, but at the same time, we do know that this is connected to the Nancy Guthrie investigation. So hopefully this is going to mean, and it looks like, Mo, if you want to pan, I think one of the SWAT trucks is coming out now. Let's just see what this is. I don't know if you can see, Katie, but there's a truck. Well, it now stopped behind the bush. But it appears this is a significant operation happening here, Kate. Yeah, it looks like it's about to move. Let's see if this is one of the SWAT trucks that's leaving. We're kind of trying to stay around the corner right now just because there's a perimeter set up and we ended up inside the perimeter. So we're just trying to stay out of the way a little bit, Katie.
So, Brian, you're saying that this SWAT vehicle is trying to leave the premises or just move? I
think so. Yeah, here it goes. Can you see it? It looks like, is this one of the SWAT? Yeah, that looks like one of the SWAT cars trucks that is now maybe about to leave or stopping in the middle of the road here. And I would imagine, a lot of these SWAT guys are brought in just for the initial takedown, just preparing for the worst, really. So if these people came out the way we know they did, there wouldn't really be much of a need for all. I mean, there's a ton of SWAT deputies that showed up here that haven't left yet. So it doesn't surprise me that some of them would be leaving now that they're realizing, okay, these people aren't going to put up a fight. There's not going to be a shootout, that kind of thing. So I think we're probably going to see some of them leaving soon. And I think that's what's happening, although now they've stopped in the middle of the road.
Okay. Brian Enton, hang tight. We will come back to you when you have more information. Thank you so much. And we're going to bring in Brian Dean Wright, former CIA officer, and Agent Andrew Black, former head of FBI Tucson office. Agent Black, you're the expert here watching what's going on. Can you explain to the audience what they're seeing?
Sure. First, I want to compliment Brian Enton on the fine job he's done at investigative journalism, getting that close to the target site. That is really impressive. And what you could ask him when he comes back on is if he sees any search teams, because the SWAT team, the Pima County, I have a lot of confidence in the Pima County SWAT officers. They're very good, but they're there to make an arrest, but they can also be there to secure a potential search site. And so I'd like to know if they're executing a search warrant with that many people on site. I think they're going to execute a search warrant for evidence of criminal activity related to the Guthrie disappearance. And search warrants aren't issued easily. Officer must go to a state judge, must swear under oath in an affidavit that they have information that gives them probable cause to believe that there will be criminal or evidence of criminal activity in this residence. If they're executing a search, that is very encouraging. Doesn't mean they're going to find evidence of criminal activity, but it would mean that they've received information, whether good or bad, that leads them to believe they'll find evidence of criminal activity tied to the Guthrie disappearance. So this is encouraging.
Yeah. Brian, let's talk about the show of force here. Obviously, law enforcement believes they're dealing with a violent situation, given that Nancy Guthrie was taken from her home. There was blood on the front of her steps as she was taken away. Given the situation and what these officers are walking into, what is the mindset here in terms of how much force they're showing and what they think may occur when they're going into these violent situations?
Well, this is just like both at the CIA and the FBI, whether you go through Quantico's training or whether you go through the agency's training. It's true for law enforcement. This is the moment that you have gotten ready for. This is the moment that you've been training for. And this is where the rubber meets the road. And your blood pressure probably going to be going up a bit, but you are ready to be professional. And so I have deep confidence in it, certainly the FBI guys. And I would echo some of the comments that have been made tonight about the Pima County Sheriff's deputies, individuals involved. You know, some of those guys are quite good. You know, whether or not they're actually tapped by the sheriff to do the good work, that's something else. With all due respect, I don't think that a lot of us who live in Tucson have a great degree of confidence in this sheriff. But nevertheless, this is the moment that I think that a lot of them have been waiting for and hoping for, and they're trained for. So fingers crossed that this is where Mrs. Guthrie is at, safe. Yeah. And if so, they are ready for this moment.
Agent Black, looking at this scene, we know that the FBI is there in the Pima County Sheriff's Department, but the FBI Special Hostage Unit, according to Brian Enton, he at least has not seen them here yet. Does that indicate anything to you about where they are in this investigation?
It might mean that they're not needed at this particular spot, right? This is a job clearly, and then Brian mentioned that the officers on the ground do a very good job for the Pima County Sheriff's Department. Okay, the fact that the SWAT team is there securing the site, arresting individuals, looks like they arrested them or at least detained them, is encouraging. If we see the FBI hostage rescue team involved, it may be for a more complex operation.
All right, Brian Dean Wright, former CIA officer, and Agent Andrew Black, former head of FBI's Tucson office. Thank you both so much for your expertise tonight and your insight. We appreciate it.
Thanks for having us.
Thank you. We'll be right back.
Oh, Lord, I have been sitting here for 5 minutes talking into the void. I'm so sorry. I muted my mic because my cat was right next to the mic meowing and moving my mouse. So what I was going to say is right now we're just going to look through X while they're going. As soon as they go back to Brian, we will hop back over. I'm just saying big welcome to everybody who's new. If you don't mind, hit subscribe if you like my content. And if you want a bell icon, if you want notifications of when I go live, you can hit that bell icon and it'll let you know. Yeah. So I was just saying that with the chat, it's not a contest of who's the better streamer between anybody. You know, both JLR and Brian have worked hard all week. JLR has brought us 12, 14-hour streams every day. And I respect that. I know people have issues, but just on a very basic level, you know, we've had views from him that we wouldn't have had otherwise. And on the same token, Brian Enton has done what he does best, which is follow his leads, make those connections. And so there's room for everybody in the true crime world. It should always be a collaboration of sorts and not a competition, is how I feel. Okay, back to Brian.
Just carried out some kind of search and brought 2 people out of the home. We also are joined by Jeffrey Holstead, who's a former police chief with many, many years of law enforcement experience. Brian, let's go to you. You've been with us all hour. We just saw one of the SWAT vehicles leave the scene. Can you give us an update on what you're seeing?
Yeah, it's interesting, Katie. The SWAT, it looked like it was leaving, but actually turned around and went back in. So they're all still in there because we haven't seen anyone leave. And there were 2 big SWAT trucks, just like the one you saw, plus probably another, what would you say, about 10 or 15 law enforcement cars, whether it be the deputies or the FBI. So we're just kind of waiting to see when things start to kind of, you know, simmer down just a little bit because they're all still down there. And as I was telling you, we know that they went in, that 2 people were brought out, what appeared to be a man and a woman. This is connected to the Nancy Guthrie investigation. I'm also being told there is a search warrant that is happening here, which that is something new, which may explain why they are all still there and don't appear to be leaving. So there's more work being done by law enforcement. And we're just kind of waiting to see what happens next, Katie.
Mr. Holstead, what is the significance of that, and what would they be searching for and looking for in this case?
Well, keep in mind that there's going to be 3 stages to this search warrant. So the SWAT team will show up and give a tactical entry. They're going to make sure the scene is safe and secure. They're going to give an all clear. At that point, then you're going to have the investigative resources show up afterwards once they know it's safe and secure. Then you're going to have CSI and or a recovery or evidence retrieval unit if needed. They're probably on standby as well. So while Brian is there, just because SWAT would depart doesn't necessarily mean it's 100% secure. Please be safe and watch your back while you're out there.
Yeah, Brian, can you describe more of what you're seeing? I know that you talked to us earlier about how 2 people were taken out of the home, a man and a woman. You said it is dark there. Tucson is a dark sky city. It's pitch black without any kind of lights, as you mentioned. But have you seen any other movement of people in and out of the house?
We haven't seen much, and I'm trying to decide when I'm going to get out and go look. I mean, just to be totally transparent with you, we somehow made it into the perimeter, Katie. So we are very close to where this is happening. So I know the minute we start moving around too much, I'm probably going to get kicked out. So I'm trying to be, and I also want to be respectful to law enforcement since we did manage to get so close to this happening. So I haven't seen much else since the 2 people came out. But I'm kind of parked. I'm trying to look around the corner where the SWAT truck came around, but at the same time, I'm trying to like lay low for the moment, if that makes any sense.
Yeah, I would say, as Chief Holstead said, I would make sure they know why you're there and what you're doing, given their high stress levels in their investigation.
Exactly.
Yeah, absolutely. Yes. Chief, given the amount of firepower we have here, we have 2 SWAT trucks. Brian mentioned a dozen vehicles, both FBI and Sheriff's Department. Clearly, this looks like a tip they think is going to lead somewhere. But we also saw this earlier in the week down in Rio Rico, and it ended up not producing a suspect, although it did produce electronic devices. So what are we looking at here, and what does this mean for the future of the investigation?
Well, that's a pretty typical tactical response, having that many assets there. Because remember, all the videos we saw, what we think is the primary suspect or one of the suspects was armed. So it's going to require a tactical assessment and a tactical entry with a securement at the scene. With that said, people that are being removed or detained, now they're going to be held and do an investigatory stop, and they're going to kind of find out who they are, why they're there, and what they're doing. And if they get cleared, they will stand by until they clear the house of any other possible threats or possible evidence if they have a search warrant to do that. But just because they've been taken out or in handcuffs does not mean it's a suspect. Investigatory purposes only at this point.
Brian, you mentioned earlier about the location and how close it was to Nancy Guthrie's home. Can you just reiterate, without giving the exact location, how far away this is from the initial crime scene?
Yeah, it's about 2 miles away. So not very far at all. 2 miles, like, maybe a 10-minute drive from what I can tell. It seems like a relatively nice neighborhood. I mean, it's very, very dark out here, but, it doesn't, Nancy Guthrie's neighborhood, it's people live on 1 to 4 acres. The houses are spread out. This seems more like a normal, typical neighborhood where the houses are kind of closer together, but it looks like a nice neighborhood. And again, yeah, about 2 miles from Nancy's.
All right. Chief, just real quickly before we go, there are a number of law enforcement agencies involved here, but there are also, Tucson PD, state police. How do you think the coordination has been so far?
It's been pretty good. Without being on the scene or actually commanding this incident, it's going to be challenging. I can say in this region, it is fairly distinctively a tight-knit group, and that's historically the way it's been. Katie, my son went to U of A the same time you did, so bear down, but he reminded me of the close-knit kind of community that's down there. With that said, the state of Arizona is very tied into the Fusion Center. I stood that up in 2003, Actic and Phoenix. So intelligence is being distributed in a very fast manner because they're on our platform, and I know they're getting it in a half a second. So it's very powerful there.
All right, Brian Entin, thank you very much. Chief Holstead, great to talk with you. Thank you. Great to get your expertise, and hopefully this scene will result in additional movement in this case forward to find Nancy Guthrie. Thank you for joining us today.
All right, everybody, and welcome to Jesse Weber Live. I'm going to be taking over right now. So as you see, we're beginning in Arizona with some breaking news in the disappearance of Nancy Guthrie. The Pima County Sheriff's Department has activated both their SWAT team and their mobile command unit. At one point in the evening, they were just in a staging operation, and now it appears that 2 individuals have been detained. Now, we believe it is a man, it is a woman. We haven't been able to identify who these individuals are yet. I'm going to bring on Brian Entin in a minute, who's on the ground within the perimeter of where this is happening. And let me just add this. News Nation was exclusive in this. We exclusively learned about this SWAT operation, which I believe is at a location that is 1.9 miles away from Nancy's house in the Pima County area. But remember what this happens. Let's just put it into context, okay? You're 13 days in. This comes on the heels of the sheriff, Chris Nanos, telling News Nation that investigators found DNA samples in Nancy's home belonging to someone that wasn't Nancy or anyone that was close to her. You know, that's interesting, considering early on authorities seem to have indicated there was no forensic or DNA evidence of a suspect. So what changed? Now, after an investigation, again, that stretched on for 13 long days, now we have to ask, within the next hour, are we going to get confirmation that authorities have finally made an arrest? And more importantly, is Nancy Guthrie still alive? I'm joined right now by News Nation senior national correspondent Brian Entin, who has been the first on the scene here. Brian, thanks so much. Okay, for anybody who's just joining us this hour, lay out where you are. I know you can be limited in what you can say because you don't want to jeopardize an active investigation that's happening, but lay out what you're seeing right now at this hour and what we can expect to see.
Yeah, so we're at about 2 miles, Jesse, maybe a little under 2 miles from Nancy Guthrie's house. It's still active. A SWAT operation that was out here, I would say about 24 deputies, FBI agents, 2 big SWAT vehicles from the Pima County Sheriff's Office rolled into this neighborhood. I've lost track of time. We've probably been here for about an hour or so. And I'm told that they were conducting an operation connected to the Nancy Guthrie operation, to the Nancy Guthrie investigation. They went into a home in this neighborhood. They brought 2 people out. It appears that it was a man and a woman. And beyond that, we're just kind of waiting to see what happens next. None of the SWAT vehicles have left yet. None of the deputies have left yet. In fact, only more have arrived since we've been here. I am told that there may also be a traffic stop that happened around the same time, very close by, that could also be connected to this operation happening here at this house. So there's a perimeter that's been set up around the neighborhood, and we are inside the perimeter, very close to the house. So we're just trying to kind of lay low right now while we just try to stay out of the way and see sort of how this unfolds from here. You know, there was in Rio Rico, remember I was on your show the other night, there was it felt very similar, that operation. The same amount of resources, a lot of people. That ended up turning into nothing, it seems. They ended up letting the guy go. So I don't want to, jump to any conclusions here that this is going to be a big break in the case. But at the same time, we do know that this is connected to the Nancy Guthrie investigation. We have confirmed that, Jesse.
And similar to what happened earlier in the week, they're executing a search warrant. For what purposes, what they're looking for, we don't know. But as you and I both know, this can take some time, but clearly a judge had to sign off on this, and there is something there. There is something there they believe is worth looking into. I know you said earlier, I was listening to you on Katie, that you couldn't tell whether or not these individuals were placed in handcuffs or whether or not they were given verbal commands and told to leave. Is there any identifying descriptions you can give of these individuals? Did they appear young? Did one appear older than the other? Were they let's say a mother and a son? Were they did they appear to be close in age? Anything, any identifying information you can give about this woman and man that were let out of the house?
It may have been a mother and a son, is what it appears to me. Again, we're going to have to wait. It's dark out here. It's rainy, which doesn't help. But it appeared to be a mother and a son. And I don't know if they're still here or if there hasn't really been anyone who's really left. So I'm assuming they're still in a squad car or something. When we first got here, I mean, we got here right when the SWAT team got here, and we put the windows down right away just to listen, because sometimes when you get on these scenes, you'll hear flashbangs or you'll hear them on the loudspeaker, telling people to come out. We didn't hear anything like that. There was nothing loud. There was no flashbang. There was no, police saying, come out, put your hands up. So I'm assuming it seems what happened here, they basically surrendered. They came out without any sort of issue from what I can tell, because it's been quiet ever since they got here. But similar to Nancy's neighborhood, it's just so dark. I mean, there's no street lights, and it's kind of difficult to get a detailed look at what's happening, Jesse.
And just to clarify, I mean, you said there might be this simultaneous traffic stop that happened. I am curious about the wait, right? Because there was this idea of you getting word that some operation was taking place, and it didn't happen immediately. So my mind is thinking, okay, did they wait for the execution of a search warrant to go in, or were they waiting for someone to come home? Was there any catalyst that you saw that happened for them to actually remove these individuals from the house? Was there something that changed?
So what happened is we heard earlier through sources that something may go down tonight, and that the SWAT team was staging in a certain location in Pima County. And that means that they all meet in one place that's not at the sheriff's office, and they just wait to get the call. And they got the call. We didn't know if they would, but they got the call. And so that's how we ended up here. I don't know what made them decide to go at that very moment. I suspect it may have, and when this settles down, I'm going to start calling my sources again, but just based on the puzzle pieces that I have now, I think it has something to do with the traffic stop. And I think when the traffic stop happened, that somehow gave them the green light to go in the house here. But I've still got to iron that part out, and how the traffic stop fits in exactly to why they also went into the house, and why they're doing the search warrant here.
And have you seen Sheriff Nanos on the scene yet?
I haven't, but that I wouldn't, from my vantage point now, I wouldn't be able to point him out. I mean, there's just so many deputies out
Sure.
here. He was out at the, and I think I told you this last time, he was out at the, when we were in Rio Rico a couple nights ago and something similar happened, he was there. So, and this is much closer, you know, to Tucson. So, I would imagine, you know, if this is serious, he probably has come out here, but I haven't seen him myself.
Okay. And by the way, the reason I ask is because he's been a central figure in this. He was on Elizabeth Vargas's show earlier today. I mean, it seems that the Pima County Sheriff's Office was doing damage control after the report came out that they weren't sharing evidence with the FBI and that the evidence that they collected, including the gloves, was sent to a private lab and not Quantico, and indicated, you know, that they did find some DNA evidence within Nancy Guthrie's house. But, and as by the way, if you see anything, Brian, or there's any activity, just cut me off. But just to put in perspective about what's happening, this is a development that's happening on a very busy day. You had the surveillance footage that may be looked at by authorities that was about, what, 6 miles away from Nancy Guthrie's house, of a questionable individual. You have the idea of the recovery of the gloves. They have now been able to potentially identify the jacket that was being worn by that individual in the surveillance footage at Nancy's house. And on top of that, the DNA, which I said in the top, and correct me if I'm wrong, you had said all day, and I agree, this is a major development when you have DNA evidence of someone who is not Nancy or not connected to Nancy. But isn't it strange that I remember at the beginning of this investigation, when they looked at the house, they said there was no DNA. There was no forensic material leading to a suspect. I mean, correct me if I'm wrong, but I don't know what changed unless someone went, unless the FBI went back in, or it was a tip that, I know they were going in and out of houses, but that seems strange to me.
Yeah, they said a lot of things that have changed, frankly. But you're right. I mean, it's a huge development. The fact that they found DNA in the house, that's not Nancy Guthrie's and not someone connected to Nancy Guthrie. So a stranger, perhaps the person who kidnapped her. And you'd have to imagine now that they have this DNA, when they get into a situation like this, where I'm told this is connected to the Nancy Guthrie investigation, right, if this is a potential suspect, what they can do right away is swab for DNA. Yes, it's going to take some time to test and to send out and see if there's a connection. But, you know, that's obviously something that they're going to start doing now that we know they have DNA from inside the house.
Okay, Brian, stay with us. If you see anything, you let us know. We'll jump right back to you, but we're going to have you during the course of the hour as well. I want to bring on John Bueller, okay, former detective on the Scott Peterson case. We had him on earlier in the week.
Okay, so I'm just muting this for a second just to tell you guys what I'm seeing. So I have found the details of this house. Number one is, looks to be a very nice house. And by the way, thank you so much for that, Crash. I appreciate your generosity so much. So it does look like, also Nancy, thank you, Crash, Holly, Christina, my girl, Carrie Pink, and Schmitty. You guys rock. So I'm looking at the property details. A very nice house. This is not a hole in the wall at all. It looks like someone in their 40s lives there, as well as a woman in her 70s. So that would kind of fit what Brian Enton is saying about, it looks like maybe a mother and a son came out, was his guess. Other than that, I'm just kind of trying to see right now what else I can find. I'm just trying to break in every now and then when I find a little something extra. Right now, we're kind of hearing some repeating, and I'm also doing some scanner work and got some collab going on with my friends. So that's the latest. I'm going to turn it back on here and let you guys watch. Thanks for hanging out with me. Don't forget to subscribe if you haven't. I appreciate you so much.
Coming into this property, and if there was a search warrant being executed, what should we be on the lookout for? What specific teams, what specific equipment? Because that can give us an idea about what they're looking for and what they may be finding.
Well, as we know, everything law enforcement is doing right now is first and foremost to rescue Nancy Guthrie, right? We're talking about a life that is still in jeopardy, and we're at day 13, day 14 about to be turned over. It seems that there's been a lot of resources already sent there. And quite honestly, I'll be very direct. I wish the media didn't know about this right now, because if this turns out to be another swing and a miss by law enforcement, that is not good for Nancy Guthrie. It puts a tremendous amount of pressure on whoever has her. And at this point, obviously, that is our main concern. But with that being said, I agree with John in terms of what we're expecting or hoping to see. We're hoping to see forensic teams come in and tear this place apart. We're hoping that this is not another swing and a miss.
Kira, can you just emphasize what you mean by that? Because this is a question I have throughout any investigation. How much do you share with the public? How much do you share with the media? This is a situation where we find ourselves, there is a suspect's image, video, photo that has been now circulated across the entire world, the entire country, the entire world. They're talking about they're matching certain items worn by this individual. They say they've collected DNA. They say they collected gloves. I've heard experts say, could be a good thing. Whoever did this, they might get sloppy, mess up. Somebody rats them out. I mean, TMZ got another note today saying we got information about the kidnapper. On the other hand, you just brought up a very ominous risk that the more attention, the more the world is getting close-knit on this person, there could be dire consequences. Can you just elaborate on that a little bit more?
Let's start with a very plain fact that time does not favor the hostage. Point blank, right there. On top of that, again, there was a very intentional dissemination of the video. There's been an intentional sharing about the fact that now there's been DNA found at the residence that's not associated with the family. So these are things that are being put out there to crowdsource. And we've learned a tremendous amount in a short time with the analysis and just public analysis, let alone law enforcement analysis of that individual that's seen in this video. But there is a tipping point here, right? We expect law enforcement to crowdsource for help, not because we see the face, but we see all these other clues that somebody could easily recognize. But at the same time, as we do that, you're exerting pressure, you're closing the ecosphere of the individuals responsible or individual responsible for this, and they're starting to feel tremendous pressure, which again, very well could be foreboding for the victim here.
Okay, I just want to reset where we're at. Okay, so News Nation exclusively learned about this SWAT operation that is almost 2 miles away from Nancy's house. 2 people have been brought out, have been detained. We don't know who they are. Man, woman, Brian Enton is within the perimeter. We're being told that a search warrant is being executed. This is a connection with the Nancy Guthrie case. We have no idea in what way, but as I keep mentioning, it is happening at the end of a day where we got a ton of information and potential progress in this case. John, back to you. How long is this operation going to last? I mean, again, I'll tell you what happened. The other night, Brian Enton's on the scene. I'm covering it with him. We're wondering how long this is going to happen. They execute a search warrant in Rio Rico. By the time I got off air at 1 a.m. Eastern. By the time I woke up, like 4 or 5 hours later, they had already cleared the guy. So what can we expect now in the next several hours?
Well, it's kind of a crapshoot on that. If they're really in the crosshairs and it looks like DNA matched them and there's things in their past that might suggest they have some involvement, you separate them, you interview them. You might turn up the heat and turn it into an interrogation. If they don't ask for an attorney, you kind of work one against the other and hope one of them is going to give up the other so that they can find Nancy wherever she's at. If they're going to be doing a search warrant there and it looks like they're tied into the abduction, I wouldn't expect them to be done with that warrant for several hours because there's going to be a lot of things to look for in the house. And just like Director Ramsey said, it does show the pressure on the bad guys that took her. I assume it's probably 2, but we can never be sure on that. The only good thing about that is the pressure mounts on them. We can always hope that one is going to decide that maybe it's better to be a witness, collect the reward, and rat out the other one. That's the one thing that we can always hope for. Doesn't always work that way, but hopefully that'll be the case this time, and we could make sure that Nancy's returned home safely.
John, is the first thing they're trying to do locating clothing or items worn by that suspect in this house and maybe trying to recover DNA that matches whatever DNA they found in Nancy's house? Is that the immediate actions?
Well, I think clothing, number one, but then, of course, you're looking for artifacts that might belong to Nancy herself. You'd be looking at computers, cell phones, laptops, tablets, anything like that that might have something. Maybe you're looking for hotel receipts to show travel or anything like that. Anything that would link it into somebody else without knowing the criminal history of these two people. And maybe they have a clean history, never been in trouble before. But if they do have a history, then you're going to be looking at them more closely to see who their associates are, who they've been arrested with in the past, who they've been to prison with, or anything like that. I don't know for sure what their history is, so we can't really say for sure. But that's where they're going to be going. So you don't just have the people that are there working the warrant. You got other people at headquarters that are running the bio on these people to try and determine who everybody is in their universe.
Yeah, this is an interesting development. John Bueller, Kieran Ramsey, thank you very much as we're covering this. I want to let everybody know, obviously, we're going to continue to jump back into this, but I want to let everybody know about something else. So on Saturday, you can watch News Nation's very own Brian Enton anchor a News Nation special report. It's called Missing the Nancy Guthrie Mystery. It's live from Arizona. That is 8 p.m. Eastern, 7 Central, right here on News Nation. If you want all the information, I definitely encourage you to take a look at it. Now, let me tell you, earlier tonight, okay, I talked with somebody who knows all too well what it is like to be in the middle of a high-profile criminal case. Amanda Knox, remember her? She has been in the global spotlight since 2007 when she was accused of murdering her roommate in
I just popped on screen here. This is the house where the SWAT team went into. I've got some names. I'm not going to put them out right now, but it could be some interesting stuff here. But that is the house that SWAT. No, it's not an Airbnb. Looking at the property records for this, last time it was sold was in. Give me just a second. They're kind of just talking right now to fill up some time. I'm trying not to use their feed too much. So we're going to look into some stuff, right? I'm going to put some more pictures up here. This is not some hole in the wall. I'll tell you that. It's definitely a very nice house. There is a pool in the backyard. Let me take a picture and put that up. I'm going to take a few pictures, so bear with me. We're kind of working in real time here. Definitely a nice house. So as we heard Brian Enton say, looked like a son and a mother, and looking at the records, that might be the case. Let me throw this up here. Let's see if Brian's saying anything real quick. We don't want to miss him. No, they're going to commercial, so perfect time to do this. All right, I'm going to throw these up. I'm not going to put the address up, just to make sure we're not doing anything that could hurt law enforcement. So this is the back of the house here. It's coming up now. So you got a pool. So you see, this is not, well, if it's an Airbnb, I'm going to tell you right now, they've been there a hot minute, or maybe not. Let me put up another photo that I have found. Okay. Come on now. Come to mama. Ooh, I was thinking I'm going to go to bed early tonight, get some good sleep. Just literally started some coffee. Let me take an interior shot of the house that's listed. Here we go. Sorry for the delay. But there is an interior shot. Don't know how current it is, but I mean, this is the house that SWAT just went into and currently doing a search warrant. So, you got to have probable cause to get a search warrant. But again, important to point out, this could very well end up like the other night, but it feels different, doesn't it? This is the interior of the house. Yeah, I'm not telling any names. I know who currently owns this house, but they could be subleasing it and it's not them. So I'm definitely not putting any names out to potentially protect innocent people that have no clue. You know, but the thing is this could be just like the other night. If you remember, it was sort of the car being in the area. His parents live in Tucson, and that was enough to detain him. So we don't know what's happening here. I just feel like, to me, this feels very different than what we saw the other night. It doesn't seem as rushed. It seems like they were really getting their ducks in a row, likely staging while waiting on a search warrant is my guess. That may be what took so long. And also, you know, it's always better to do SWAT stuff at night. But if these people are watching the news, they sure didn't run. I will tell you that the description of who came out of the house was not anybody other than a younger male and an older woman. I just saw a name floated out there. That person does not live at this address. Yeah, and I'm not giving the address just because there is an ongoing SWAT operation there. Not gonna risk anything for that. Let's hop over to X and see if anybody on the ground is okay. So Brian Enton tweeted 21 minutes ago. I'm told a nearby traffic stop is also connected. So that's interesting. Clearly they have been they've been watching people today. 2 miles from our house, y'all. We were all the way down, by the border the other day. And JLR says multiple people detained. We'll see. Sorry, I'm just looking at Twitter to see if there are any new updates. And I don't see much coming from Twitter other than just really what we're talking about here. So the big question now, it would be encouraging to see some kind of ambulances, first responders arriving. But then again, this may not be where she is. This could be a lead that leads to her. I've always said this is a 2-person minimum job, and I really believe that guy we saw, that scary dude on the surveillance, I wouldn't be surprised if maybe he was just the guy that you say, hey, I'm going to give you $30,000. Go get this lady. We saw he was not very sophisticated. And then you had 45 minutes in the house. What were they doing? I am speculating. I would say probably deleting footage off her phone and gosh knows what else. But that's just kind of my 2 cents. But we'll see. I'm going to leave the audio for this right now. They're not really showing much.
For them to do this. Talk to me about what the specificity of that search warrant would be, what exactly they might be looking for, and how this is conducted.
Well, my immediate reaction when you tell me there was also a traffic stop is that they probably had a search warrant, or most likely had a search warrant that was not only for the house, but also for the vehicle. And they waited for the vehicle to leave the location, executed the traffic stop, took those people, presumably either detained or if they had probable cause, to search them as well. And then at the same time had the SWAT team
since the people in the vehicle had left the location, take over and commandeer the house to execute the search as well.
And I have a bunch of legal questions for you in terms of this case, because one thing that keeps coming to my mind in the last 2 weeks is not only can you make an arrest, can you get a successful prosecution with some of the chain of custody and contamination issues we'll talk about in a second. But I want to go to you, Joe, about this. You're seeing from the outside what we're all seeing. SWAT being mobilized, mobile command unit, a search warrant being executed, a heavy presence of authorities. It seems that it's being led by the Pima County Sheriff's Office. This is eerily similar to what we saw earlier in the week when there was an individual who was detained and questioned and ultimately released. What are you seeing that we're not seeing here? What do you think is happening right now, and what are you taking away?
Well, first off, we're getting a lot of information from the tip line, and in these cases, you get so many, but you have to vet that line and see which is, bona fide, which really have credible information. So apparently, somebody had some information, or they came up with something. You don't know whether it came from a tip or it came from evidence. All right, they spoke about DNA today. The one thing I do wish they had was if they would have sent it to Quantico, they would have had the CODIS, right there, and they could have sent it out and had that, right away with it. So that being said, maybe they did get something back with that. We don't know. So let's just say for this instance that it's something that came about from a tip. Well, the information that this person or persons would supply would have to be credible enough to secure a search warrant and to get them to that location. And I agree with Mr. Garagos there that I can guarantee you they had eyes on this location prior to them hitting the location, and they saw that vehicle go, if that is the case, pulled it over, and do what they had to do for that instance, then came and secured this location. So for them to be here, Jesse, they have to have some information that's tied into one aspect of the case. You don't know if it's the key aspect of it, but something that has to be worked. And as
No, I'm sorry to interrupt you. You know what I'm just thinking about as we talk about this is this idea of the lab where I think some of this evidence was sent. Big issue of contention because it's a private lab. It wasn't Quantico. Looked it up. It's handled a bunch of cases. It's handled a bunch of cases before, but it does become a question. I believe that they can't even directly put evidence into CODIS, which would be huge in this investigation. We'll talk about it in a second. I have just gotten word. News Nation has the exclusive video of that traffic stop that was conducted earlier today. If we have it, let's play it right now. Okay, so my apologies. It's just we've B-roll images of this. We're looking at it live. Joe, I'll go back to you. Okay, as you're watching this, again, this is exclusive video we obtained of what this traffic stop is. We'll try to break it down in real time. What are you seeing right now?
Well, what I did see for a moment there looked like a white van, and perhaps that's something that vehicle right there, if that's the vehicle that they have stopped. And that would tie into this because remember, there was reports of a white van at the beginning of this. So you want to, maybe that's one of the leads they have to go down. What I wanted to say was you had a perfect guest on and you have a great guest on right now that can compare this to another great case that was worked, which was the Lacey Peterson case. And as Mr. Garagos knows,
Hey, we'll unpause in just a second. I just want to let you know that Troy, who I'm working with in WebEx with some people, said a forensics truck was just brought in. So it seems like we got some progress here, y'all.
And as John knows, that there were people that were saying, oh, well, what about this direction? And the detectives had to go in that direction and just say that, no, it wasn't this because we ran that lead down as well. And that's what has to be done in a case like this. You just can't take for granted that these leads aren't tied in, but even if they aren't, it was reported, there was some credibility to get the warrant, and you have to say why something did or did not fit into the criteria.
So, Mark, here's my concern, okay? The lawyer in me, here's my concern. They're talking about collecting evidence. We may be seeing progress here, but you had a crime scene that was closed and then opened and then closed, and our very own reporter was there and was able to see the blood stains, walk right by it. You have an issue of gloves that were found seemingly baking in the heat for quite some time before they were recovered. DNA that was apparently found in the house. When I mentioned with Brian earlier, I mean, I thought the initial reports were they found no forensic material in the house and there was no DNA in the house tying back to a suspect. So even if they were to make an arrest, is this a problematic prosecution? And I know you're not part of the case, but you see my concerns, right?
I do. And I don't think it's a coincidence that yesterday, I don't know, Jesse, if you were reporting on it, I assume you were, or Brian must have, that there was what looked to be an evidence tent that was constructed at the house.
Yes.
My suspicion was yesterday that they were trying to create, based on the timing at the time of night, they were trying to recreate a scenario, if you will, that had the same ambient light of the time when that video was taken. And why would they do that? They would do that for a number of reasons. Number one, they want to try to isolate the actual colors of the clothing of the various pieces of evidence that they can spy through the video camera that they were able to retrieve. And I also, and this is speculation, but I think it makes some sense, if you take a look at that video of the Ring camera or Nest camera, you were looking at, there was a pretty good video shot of the eyes behind the mask.
Yep.
Now, I suspect they've got iris biometrics, and I think somebody was trying to recreate the ambient light so that they could then tune up the video so that it would recreate what it would look like in order to see if they could do some kind of iris biometrics to identify somebody, like when you go to the airport for clear, if you're in DOD and you've got something like that, or even sometimes in some locations, the DMV. Now, fast forward a day later, basically, we've heard about this white van, and to the detective's credit, he remembers the brown van during the Peterson case, but that became a plethora of tips that you have to follow up on. So if they had the tips, they then found something yesterday during this kind of forensic experiment or recreation that they were doing. It doesn't surprise me that today they're
So I've been doing a little research. We'll unpause, but I do want to update. So if you look at Google Earth, that first photo that I showed you here, this is what it currently looks like on Google. So you can see in that first picture where we had the garage, it looks like they covered that up and they've just, done a facelift on the house. Very, very nice house, for sure. I just wanted to show you guys the more current photo of what it looks like, what I imagine to be today after seeing that under construction in Google Earth. So we'll go back to listening to Mr. Garagos.
Pans out.
You just led me into something I wanted to talk about next. Okay, we have to take a quick break, but here's the thing. I want everybody to stay with us as we're monitoring this situation, but Mark laid it out perfectly. You know why? We now have an unofficial sketch of the suspect that was created by a legendary forensic artist. Is this the guy? All the details next.
Okay, so we're going to look on X now. I'm going to share the X tab that I have set up for this case and see if anybody is updated there. Peeking at JLR, he's just standing at the roadblock. They've got him pushed back really far. Like I said, forensics has shown up, according to my friend Troy, who's monitoring some stuff. Multiple people detained, according to several reports, including that traffic stop, it seems. I'm not hearing any reports of any fatalities at the traffic stop, by the way. So I'm just scrolling through here to see if there, let me put this up on the screen for you guys. I'm just scrolling here to see if there is anything. I don't know about this dog, but it is really cute. That's a cat. Is that a real cat? No, that can't be a real cat. Let's see here. Yep. So also, this is where they have blocked off. It seems like there was no incident in detaining these people. Could be they have nothing to do with it, but live in an address where a person of interest does. We just don't know. Oh, my son just brought me hot Wendy's fries. I love you, boy. As a good boy. Let's so I'm cool with like chat, but if you're going to be violent and rude, you're going to get knocked out. There's other places where that's welcome, but we try to stay really victim focused here and sensitive to the fact that this is, you take away who her mother is or who her daughter is. This is an 84-year-old woman who is missing and has been for 2 weeks. And I know there's been a lot of talk about, where's the press for the other people. I get that, y'all. But strip all that away and just, this is an older woman. Thank you so much, retired RN. You helped me out a lot in chat, giving me some stuff about medical things. Yeah. Multiple detainments make sense. They're going to detain everybody in that house and they may have no clue what's going on. But I will tell you with the DNA coming out today that it was a foreign DNA in that house. And the capabilities they have to get that back rapidly, sometime as early as 12 hours. And with the large presence we've seen here, it just really does scream something bigger. And forensics are going in. We did not see that with the detainment. That last detainment lasted around 2 hours, if that. So very different. So Troy is seeing in several places there may be a press update tonight. So we're just going to stay live and just be patient. I don't really want to show all of News Nation just to not potentially get copyrighted. But I think it falls under fair use, and I do some work for News Nation, so hopefully they're cool with it. But I've got a text into somebody there who thought it would be fine. So I'm just trying to bring you guys some talking heads so you don't have to hear me ramble on. And y'all, I just got a large fry from Wendy, so you don't want to hear me talking with that in my mouth. So when they do come back, we'll go back for a minute and see. Hopefully we do get a presser. I'll keep an eye out on X for that. If I see that, we'll carry it live. That would be huge if they're going to do a presser tonight. That means they got something to tell us. But let's just hope we get some good news about Mrs. Nancy. I'm seeing on some places this could possibly be an Airbnb. I have no clue. I will look into that now. I'm looking into a lot of the property stuff, courtesy of my friend Troy. He's hooking me up with the, you've heard a presser at midnight. Is that Eastern or Mountain Time? Do you know? It's all over News Nation. Okay. Well, we're watching News Nation here. All right. So let's go back because Jesse is back live and we're going to see what he has to say, y'all. I'm going to just wait. Here we go.
Just joining us, major developments in the Nancy Guthrie case right now. Pima County SWAT team has descended on a home, removing 2 people from the residence. We've learned this home is less than 2 miles from Nancy Guthrie's home. And there is this related traffic stop that reportedly also happened nearby. We were showing exclusive footage that we obtained of that traffic stop. And to be clear, we mentioned this before, you see a white van. Why is that important? Because there were reports of what arguably was a suspicious white van seen by neighbors in that neighborhood before Nancy's disappearance. I've always wondered whether or not that is connected with the request by law enforcement to neighbors to try to look for any footage they have all the way now back to January 1st. Have they been trying to look for that van? I don't know, but that's something to consider. Now, I will let you know this. News Nation was the first media outlet on the scene. Brian Enton was the first reporter on the scene. He's within that perimeter. He's keeping a very careful eye on this operation. We have been told that a search warrant is being executed and they are searching at this property. For what? We do not know at this point. But I'll tell you what we do have. We have an unofficial forensic sketch of that masked suspect that was caught on Guthrie's doorbell cam. Remember, this is one of the key pieces of evidence. I say it's unofficial because it wasn't released by authorities, but this sketch was created by the retired Houston police forensic artist Lois Gibson. And Gibson says she studied the doorbell video of the person, relying on the eyes, the facial structure, what little could be seen to fill in the rest. She admits, look, she guessed at some features, stresses this is not an official law enforcement rendering. But listen to this. Gibson, the Guinness World Record holder for, quote, most successful forensic artist. And she says her renderings have helped police identify more than 1,300 criminals. Lois Gibson joins me right now. Thank you so much for coming on. It's such a pleasure. Okay, a lot of people are listening to this and saying, how'd you come up with this?
Oh, I just did what I could do by filling in the parts that were covered by the masks. That's it. I could see the eyes, the bottom of the nose, the philtrum, the top of the lip, both lips, part of both lips, and the general outline. And I watched the guy's body move, and I got his age. I felt like his age was about 30s, early 40s.
How did you find the hair and like the parts that were covered and the structure of the head? I mean, it's not the grainiest photo I've ever seen. It's not a far away shot. It's better than we have. And there is one shot. I don't know if we can. Oh, I think we have it. Maybe we could switch it up where you kind of see the eyes and the goatee or what appears to be facial hair. It's more significant than I've seen in other cases. But again, how did you know what the hair would look like, the ears would look like? I know you said you guessed, but how sure are you?
I didn't know. I'm doing an educated guess, but I've worked for 43 years with various grainy surveillance photos and helped find suspects. And it's an educated guess. And if I fail, I don't care. If they can just get Nancy back, I'll be fine. I'll take the hit if I'm wrong. But I think I'm right. And I've done facial reconstructions for skulls, and I had no hair, nothing. And I've got the hair right on all the skulls except for one. So I don't know. I don't know. This is my business for 43 years. In this case is a kidnapping, and kidnapping cases are insane torture for the loved ones.
I'm really glad you mentioned that, because with all this, we sometimes get lost about what we're talking about. An 84-year-old woman who has been missing for 13 days, mobility issues, needs daily medication. There was blood outside the home. This is a dire situation, and you have a family who is desperately looking for answers. And each time this case goes in a 180, and there's reports, even though it's been fought back by the sheriff's office, of a lack of cooperation between the FBI and the sheriff's office. It just adds, I just have to imagine it adds to the pain for the family. So I appreciate that. I know that you created this partially just for them and to help them in this case. Did you reach out to law enforcement? Have they reached out to you for your services?
Oh, no, I'm retired, and I didn't want to hear bureaucrats say no. I think you understand that. And I've helped get back 8 kidnapping victims, and I've been with the loved ones that are missing their kidnapped person. And it's insane torture. It's the worst torture. It's worse than a murder, because if it's a murder, it's peaceful. It's real sad, but you can have a funeral. But
Hey, I'm going to break in here just to read Michael Ruiz's update on X. I'm told after receiving a tip, authorities have detained 2 males plus one of their moms. However, a source cautions that during a warrant execution, technically everyone is detained. Unclear if anyone is a suspect. So that is the latest from Michael Ruiz. Brian Enton has not tweeted recently, but you have two men and one of their moms. So clearly, you know, not a brother, not 2 brothers. That's the latest that I am seeing online. I'm trying to get some confirmation about the time of a potential press conference, and also a couple of other things that have been sent to me in my inbox from locals. So we'll see. I'm just trying to look before we go back. This woman, yeah, we'll see if she's right. I know she's done a lot of great work. Let's, I'm going to put this up real quick. This is just something a little different while she's talking. I just want to show this here. She says an unmarked car just pulled into the scene and drove down the road. We know it was law enforcement because at one point they flashed their lights and we were allowed in. So she's just showing some footage there of this unmarked car going through. Lots of activity. Can you imagine what those neighbors are thinking right now? And those other people in the other neighborhood are like, oh, thank God. All right, let's go back to see what they're saying here. We're going to skip forward. They're actually at commercial, so let's keep looking here on X for any new updates. I'm going to do a search for press conference and see if there's anything announced. I think Pima County would announce it before anybody else would. Yo, what's up, Troy? Sorry, guys. Troy was telling me something that he's heard. I didn't want to put that out right now. As soon as News Nation comes back live, we'll hop over there. I got a couple of things to do. Just trying to work a few things I'm hearing and see what's going on. So thank you guys for being here again. If you're not subscribed, please subscribe. We would love to have you. When I'm not doing this is very new for me. I cover trials, I live stream, and then I break down the day's testimony in an hour or less. I go out for law and crime to cover trials. I was at Alec Murdaugh for the whole trial. Covering trials is my jam. And I'll be going out to Park City, Utah in a couple of weeks for Corey Richens. I'm going to stay a week there at that trial. So I'll be live streaming from there, also doing daily updates and tweeting out also observations about the jury and the things that you can't see on the air. That's kind of what I love to do. I love to be on the ground. I was at Lori Daybell's trials, Chad Daybell's trials. Been very lucky. My first trial that I ever went into, Arizona, y'all, Jodi Arias. I was at her trial. That's the case I cut my teeth on years ago. What's up in Arizona, y'all? I mean, Lori Daybell, Jodi Arias, Nancy Guthrie, Gabby Giffords. Am I missing something? Bless it. Such a beautiful state. If I didn't love my family so much, I'd move to Arizona. I'm not even kidding. You've been to a few Corey Richens hearings. Gloria, if you come to trial, come say hey. Oh, thank you, Tammy. I appreciate you. So we're trying to confirm if this potentially is a rental property right now. There's some rumors floating around. I will tell you that the demographics of who I have heard have been escorted out of the house is more, I don't want to say, middle-aged-ish, according to Brian. Did it look like, and we've heard that one of them may be a son and a mother and then another male. But we're just trying to track down whose name this property is in. We've got the name. It's just, we're trying to figure out if this is an air. Oh, let's just go to Airbnb and search the address.
No press briefing scheduled for tonight regarding the statement.
Okay, so no press conference tonight. However, a written statement is forthcoming, which is probably going to say, we can't tell you nothing. Let me tweet that out. We also need to start monitoring the inmates with that last name. The detention center. You hear me, Troy? Oh, I'm telling this to all 9,000 people. Sorry. Yeah. So I'm in WebEx with a friend of mine, a few friends of mine, and we just this is very new for me. So we tag team and kind of divvy up what we're best at, and then we just all kind of bring it to the table and try to bring it to you live. Let's go back to Jesse Weber.
So as we were reporting, News Nation exclusively learned about a SWAT operation about 2 miles away at this property from Nancy Guthrie's house. Okay, we're 13 days in. Brian Enton, our reporter, first on the scene. He's within that perimeter. We're going to have him on a little bit. Tell us about what he's seeing. We're being told they are searching this property pursuant to a search warrant. We also have been told that 2 people have been removed from this house. Now, we did hear reporting, and we actually showed you exclusive video of a traffic stop that was conducted in connection with this SWAT operation. You actually could see a white van, which we talked about before, that there was reports of a white van in Nancy Guthrie's neighborhood. I don't know if that's exactly what they were looking for, but what we can report to you now, this is new. News Nation has learned that the man who was detained during that traffic stop, again, believed to be connected to that SWAT operation, was believed to be on his way to the home where this operation happened at the time of the traffic stop. We don't know if he was arrested. We don't know if he was taken into custody. We're hoping to learn a little bit more information. I want to bring on legendary former homicide detective Phil Waters. Thank you so much, my friend, for taking the time. You just heard what I said. There was this traffic stop. There's a SWAT operation. You have been a part of these before. What are you seeing that we're not seeing?
Well, first thing I want to tell you is I was glad to see Lois Gibson. I had the honor and privilege of working with her for 23 years at the Homicide Division at HPD. and you're not going to find a better sketch artist anywhere in the world. Very passionate about what she does, and we'll see what the results are about this sketch. In regards to the operation that
Quick
we're
question.
seeing
You
here,
guys want me to pop
look,
over to CNN that's talking to your
these
neighbor?
things take place based on where the
Give me a
evidence
thumbs
is
up.
leading the detectives. And we are seeing enough evidence that has
We
led
can
them
switch
to
between the
draft
two.
a
That's fine.
search
I would
warrant
rather really stay
on
with
another residence.
Okay, well, we'll do it real
and
quick.
they are in the
all right?
process of
If
executing
I
that
get
search warrant.
copyright, that's fine.
Now,
I
this
just want to bring
individual
the
that was
news.
stopped, if he is in fact tied to the residence, where they're executing.
That's very comforting, I'm sure, for the family and all who are just deeply invested in the safe return of Nancy Guthrie. Have you been able to review any video surveillance that you may have and have turned anything over that might be helpful?
Yeah, we have not. We have looked at our security cameras. We have very extensive security on our home as well as our street. It's very extensive. We have outdoor cameras. We have motion detective cameras. We have sensor lights, smart locks. We have door and window sensors. We have Ring cameras, 24/7 security, and wireless outdoor cameras that face the street. So we are fully equipped, and it's just incredible. Cameras are a lifesaver.
Do you have all of that because of a concern or proactively? Is there a concern about your safety in the area more broadly, or was that something you have done proactively to ensure your safety?
Yeah. I think just from the neighborhood, from our HOA, we feel like it's very vigilant over the years to have security. It's very important. Cameras are really important. So it's just a neighborhood, an HOA thing that we all feel is really important.
Yeah.
If I could just add a quick little conversation, a little story. About 6 months ago, I installed a Ring camera in my elderly father's home, and it immediately alerted to me that my father fell under the coffee table, and I was able to contact the paramedics to save my father's life by using a Ring camera. So I have to say that
Everybody connected to her. The problem is, Phil, what
Sorry,
complicates
y'all.
this is what
I had
lab
to.
is being sent to. There's a whole back and forth that it's not apparently being sent to, the gloves not being sent to Quantico. They're sending to a private lab.
Hey, thanks for the
Apparently
new
this
subscribe.
lab,
I
as far as
appreciate
I
you.
can see, doesn't even have a direct connection to CODIS. But you tell me what you're thinking.
Well, I would just respectfully look.
You don't even have to be respectful. You just tell me what you think.
Well, I'm going to be there. But look, the sheriff, this lab that they've sent the DNA stuff to be processed at the beginning of this, it's their scene. They're processing, and they're going to do the process in the manner in which they are consistent with. So they sent it to this lab that they've worked with for years. And just because it's a private lab that cannot directly enter it into CODIS, they can provide all the results of their processing to a government agency, i.e. the FBI, the sheriff's office, whomever, and it will be entered into CODIS.
Right.
So to me, that's a red herring that's been thrown out there to confuse this thing. So I don't think it's an issue.
Fair enough. And again, this is a lab reportedly that has been in part of thousands of cases, and I believe they might even have a contract. Right. So no reason. I do want to ask you a question about this. We just got word from the Pima County Sheriff's Department. There was talk about whether or not the PIO, the public information officer, was going to come on the scene and there was going to be an impromptu presser. Just got word there is no press briefing scheduled for tonight regarding the Nancy Guthrie investigation. A written statement is forthcoming. Why would they not want to have a press conference tonight?
Well, because they don't have a finality to the results of this search warrant that they're running, or my sense is that the person that they got on the traffic stop, if it is someone who is what I would call a possible suspect, he's on his way to an interview room, would be my guess. And they have got some kind of affirmative link between that individual and the scene at Nancy Guthrie's home. Now, I don't know if that's the DNA. Who knows what that may be. But this feels a little different than the search warrant and the person that was detained, a night ago, a couple nights ago. There seems to be a little more, to me, not knowing what they have, but it seems to me there's a little bit more sense of urgency here, that this is getting them closer to the truth about what happened. And let's pray that that's in fact what is occurring. I don't find it terribly unusual. They want to get their ducks in a row before they start getting a PIO out there and start holding press conferences.
I have to just point this out, and I feel bad I have to point this out, but I have to point this out. There has been no indication that Nancy Guthrie has been taken out of this property. We haven't seen anything. Brian Enton didn't come on and say, I just saw them escort Nancy out. You are talking 13 days in. This could be a situation where potentially, right, they're detaining somebody who has information that could maybe lead to who they're looking for. But you've worked a lot of these cases, 13 days in. You have an older victim in this, and the fact that we haven't had visual identification of Nancy at this location. What are your thoughts?
Well, my experience tells me, gosh, I hate even saying this. I question whether or not Ms. Guthrie was removed from the residence alive. So, and now we're so far out, and with all of her health concerns, I mean, it's a horrible, I don't even like talking about it because it's just such a horrible situation. So I'm just speaking from experience here on these kinds of things.
Yeah.
The goal here now is to find her, whatever that condition may be, and then find the right person who's done the wrong thing and make sure there's a measure of justice here and brings about some peace for the family.
Now, I will tell you this. I'm comforted by what Sheriff Nano says when he says they believe that she's alive. They want her back. I hope you're wrong, Phil. But this is such a complicated case.
I do too.
It is taking 180s every 5 seconds. And look, I covered something very similar the other night where there was a person being detained, turned not to be anything. We are keeping very careful eye, and we're actually going to extend our coverage now for another hour because we want to see what is going to happen here in Pima County. So let's talk about it. So if you're just joining us, Jesse Weber Live. This is live coverage right now of a breaking development in the Nancy Guthrie case. We have learned about an exclusive SWAT operation. Exclusively, we've learned about a SWAT operation at a location about 2 miles away from Nancy Guthrie's house. This is 13 days in. We are being told 2 individuals were removed from that property, that the property is being searched pursuant to a search warrant, that this property is being searched also in connection with a traffic stop that happened earlier tonight. And we learned that a man who was detained during a traffic stop, believed to be connected to this SWAT operation, was believed to be on his way to the home where this operation happened at the time of the stop. We don't know if he was arrested. We don't know if he was taken into custody. To repeat, we do not know more details about why this operation is happening. We did get word, and we did see forensic trucks leaving the scene. And by the way, this is exclusive footage we obtained of that traffic stop. I noted before, you see that white van. Right, there were reports about potentially a suspicious white van in Nancy Guthrie's neighborhood before her disappearance. We don't know if that is what led to this traffic stop, but something to keep in mind. And although there were reports earlier on that there was going to be a press conference, or that at least the public information officer from the Sheriff's Department was going to be on the scene, we have just gotten word from the Sheriff's Department there will be no press conference tonight. There is going to be a written statement that will be forthcoming. As soon as it comes in, we'll make sure to read it on the air. Brian Enton is on the ground there. He's within the perimeter. As soon as we get an update from him about what he's seeing, what he's hearing, we'll make sure to bring him back on the air. But not only do I have with me retired homicide detective Phil Waters, I also have with me a former lieutenant commander with the NYPD, Joe Cardinale. Joe, back to you. You were the one who noticed that white van, said it may have significance. I didn't get a chance to talk to you about this traffic stop. Again, the man who was detained during that traffic stop, again, the stop believed to be connected to the SWAT operation. they think he was on his way to this place, this home, at the time of the stop. What does that tell you?
Well, if it's a reverse of what we said before, they definitely had eyes on the location and on this individual. And before he even got back to the place, they did the car stop. If there is anything with that van, rest assured that van's back in custody with Pima County, with the investigators. They had that van towed back, and they're going through it right now. But also that location, that van must have been seen at that location before. And for those vehicles to get out of there as quick as they did, I don't think they had too much concentration on the inside of that house as well. But I have to agree with Phil on this. You have to go where the evidence is taking you, and often it's taking you in dribs and drabs. You don't get the rush that everybody's waiting for, to get that press conference, to get everything going. So this investigation still has to go. And there's something else that's very telling. I know Phil mentioned before about, it doesn't make it, with the lab, they're comfortable going with that. But that's very telling, because if time was of the essence, they would send it to Quantico and they would have it put into CODIS right away to tie into something that's possibly, or get a lead on it. But the fact that they're sending it over there, that's kind of telling in itself. But, these investigations, when we have it, I mean, Phil and I could probably pick apart that crime scene incident left and right. We did it all day yesterday, and it leaves a lot.
Yeah.
You had Mark Garagos on there before, and he could tell you right away.
I know. There's a number of issues. I hope it doesn't affect the investigation or potential prosecution if they arrest somebody. I want you guys to stand by. By the way, I forgot my my T-shirt with my blazer. I could have joined you guys. Look at this. Did you match this up? My gosh. Okay. Anyway, I'm happy to have you guys stay with me for a second. I want to bring on News Nation's Brian Enton, senior national correspondent, the first on the scene. He's within that perimeter. Brian, what are you learning?
Yeah, we actually just got moved back, Jesse, there was a whole contingent of FBI agents that came in. I'm talking like, what would you say, Mo, 10 FBI cars that just arrived. So it seems none of the deputies or FBI that went in when we first got here have left. So there's even more law enforcement now. I don't know what that means. Perhaps this is more serious than they initially thought, but a whole contingent of FBI agents just arrived at the scene, Jesse.
And they moved you back. I mean, I have to ask you, did they? You were first allowed within the perimeter for quite some time. Did they give you a reason about why you had to move back and what might be going on?
So, I mean, just to be totally honest with you, we were trying to be responsible. We've been following the SWAT team. We were the first ones there. We were right there, and we were just, sort of minding our own business. And I think they finally figured out that we, were media, and they said, hey, you guys got to get out of here. So I kind of knew that was going to happen eventually. Yeah. And it happened. And so now we got moved out.
Well, listen, you were the first on the scene reporting this. It was pretty incredible. Correct me if I'm wrong. Besides the FBI presence, I saw forensic trucks going, leaving. I mean, what other things have you seen in terms of, because that's telling. That's telling. It gives an idea about what they might be searching for or collecting.
Yeah, we've learned that they are doing a search warrant at the house. So obviously, that's probably why you saw the forensics trucks. And I saw more of those two coming in that looked more like the FBI ones, although it's dark. It was hard to tell for sure. And we know that a man and a woman were brought out of the house, and that there is another man that was stopped at a traffic stop close by, and it all seems to be connected. We're trying to piece it all together. Granted, I don't know that all of these people are the targets or the people that law enforcement want to question in connection to Nancy Guthrie. They may have just, been in the house. So we're trying to sort that out, but it seems, they're still here. And when we just got moved back, the deputy said, I said, are they going to be here for a long time? He goes, oh, they're going to be here for a long time. So it seems like, this could go on all night here in terms of the search and the investigation.
Again, eerily similar to what we saw the other night. For people who don't know, can you give us an idea? And I know you have to be sensitive to the operation. Can you give us an idea about what this neighborhood is, its location, its geography, and in comparison to where Nancy's house is?
Sorry, I just lost you. Let me call.
No worries. We're going to get Brian back up. Again, as you just heard from Brian Enton, who's on the ground there, he had to be removed back. basically there's an increased FBI presence. And if that's the case, let me go back to, we got Phil Waters, we got Joe Cardinale. Phil, if there's an increased FBI presence and they're going to be, the deputies saying they're going to be there for hours, what is that saying to you?
Well, I would imagine this is an evidence response team from the FBI, which I have used on many occasions. They are great and at what they do. And so we're seeing the resources marshaled together for this investigation. So there's no, I don't see anything here unusual based on a possible kidnapping and the resources that were brought in that is being worked steady as to where the evidence leads them to go. So I don't see it from my perspective, and I think Joe would agree with me. I just don't see anything different happening here. I know for you guys, it looks like you keep talking about 180s and all that kind of thing. There are no 180s going on in this investigation.
You really don't think so? You don't really think so?
No.
The idea of opening the crime scene, closing the crime scene, the idea of somebody being detained, released.
Well, that's part of the process.
Okay.
I mean that's part of the process, Jesse. You got that lead. Look, they're doing a triage on 14,000 freaking leads that they've got, and they have to get the ones that are more credible, the one that might be credible, and then the ones that probably are not credible. So, but they have to follow up on all of them in some form or fashion, and eliminate them or pursue them. So this is a time-consuming process. It doesn't happen in 43 minutes with no commercials.
Nope.
And I don't see anything going on here. I know it to the public, to the media who is clamoring for the latest scoop. It appears to be organized confusion. But I would tell you, I think Joe would back me up on this. You're watching detective work in real time occurring here.
And all I'll say is, and you're 100% right. I mean, you guys are the experts. I'm not. The only thing is, in this kind of kidnapping case with this victim, time is not your friend, and that is the problem. That is the problem.
It never is.
It's never.
It never is.
So, I mean, Joe, I'll give you the floor on this, and let me also ask you this. I'll obviously respond to Phil. Is it coincidental that we're seeing this on the same day, what was it, a couple days after that security footage was released of the suspect, on the same day they claim they found, they're sending the gloves in for testing, they found DNA, they're getting, I don't know, 40,000 leads or tips. Today, all this happening, what do you think led to this operation we're seeing? So 2 parts. Obviously respond to what Phil has said about the integrity of the investigation, and also what do you think is leading them to this operation?
Well, the fact that you're getting these leads, and as Phil said, we triage them, and you'd be surprised at how many kooks are out there and bring in things into this investigation that don't have to be there. And it's people that are looking for attention, people looking for the ransom money, whatever. But, I have to really go back to the original crime, all right? You have to look at what you had at the original crime. I personally feel that, nobody's going to spend 41 minutes in a crime scene. They want to get in and get out. If it's the idea to go in and do a home invasion, do a burglary, you want to get in, you want to get out. I still say this is somebody very close to the area, to the family that's been there before, that's familiar with it, all right? They still have not established how this person or persons got into the house, right? They never said that, and he wouldn't say it on any of his interviews, and rightfully so. He shouldn't say it because it's probably something that's unique to what they're investigating. So my guess is maybe a hideaway key, something like that. We don't know. But this is what detective work is. You take each response like this tonight. They're going to be in there for a little while. I don't know whether that team left over there, the evidence collection team, I don't know whether they left. All right. But if the FBI has got many other vehicles there with the lead investigators, now remember, Pima is the lead investigator on this with the assistance of the FBI. They don't do the homicides. Detectives do the homicides. So this is very important. I'm not saying this is a homicide. What I'm saying is on a lead, they are the lead on this particular case, no matter where it goes, kidnapping or whatever. This is very crucial to the investigation because that's how you preserve the integrity of it. We could go back, Jesse, to the original crime scene and say it should have been secured, and you could always go back in there. But I think they have evidence that's going to come out later on that's going to be irrefutable, that's going to be generic to the perpetrators on this, that no matter what happened that time, they're going to come back and say, we could tie this in successfully. it's a daunting task. This is a very daunting task, and you got to give them the time to work their leads.
So let me interrupt this boys club we have. Let me bring in retired FBI agent, News Nation contributor Jennifer Coffindaffer, who's with us now. Jennifer, thank you for staying up as we're watching this happen and unfold in real time. You heard Brian Enton say before there's an increased FBI presence here. The FBI has played a central role in this investigation. It was Kash Patel who released those images and videos of the suspect. As we're talking about what FBI's role is going to be in this SWAT operation that was conducted at a property about 2 miles away from Nancy Guthrie's house, where 2 people have been removed, and this is in conjunction with a traffic stop where someone was detained. What do you imagine the FBI is doing right now?
Well, the number one role I think they're going to have is in the ERT, their evidence response team. They do it, and they do it very well. And they have handled a lot of this evidence recovery we've seen since they've interjected into this investigation. To be clear, though, from a legal standpoint, it is Pima County that has venue and has jurisdiction over that case. So the FBI is there working in conjunction with them, but at the end of the day, they are the ones that are in charge.
Jennifer, I want you to
Well, guys, I thought this would be a different view. I know a lot of you wanted me to click off, so I did. Just a few things while we're waiting on this to kind of wrap up, because this it's just kind of regurgitation of what we know. Brian said they just got moved even further back. Michael Ruiz reports, as we've heard, more and more investigators are starting to arrive. Just to put something in the chat, I have not heard any confirmation about anything other than this being a SWAT investigation and a search warrant taking place. I know there's some rumors already floating around, but nothing from anybody. I've seen one person online do it. Just be aware that things like this can spread like wildfire, and it's not true. Oh, okay. STS reporting something. Let me go double check that. Hey, I'm just waiting right now because people were leaving the chat because of the guest on screen. Okay. So I'm checking a couple of things right now while we wait. Let's see here. Hang on. I'm trying to get somebody on the phone who's there. Might not answer. Yeah, Truth Seeker, this is something. I'm just trying to get a look at these vehicles that are going in to see if we're not missing anything. That's evidence. That's your FBI ER. It could be the sheriff's, the evidence response team or recovery team, ERT. Trying to see if I see anything else. Lots of FBI coming in. Let me check and see if we're finished with that portion.
All that stuff. I mean, it's a very odd
how this is going over here.
Set of actions
Be
by
right
this
back,
guy,
y'all.
and we just don't know at what part
that I just
in this
showed was
crime
about 20 minutes ago on
that this is it, that this where does this
I'm just
part
trying to
fit in?
look at the vehicles that are
So
going. Just looking to
it's a
be
very
approved
interesting. It's a
about
very
anything.
interesting video. I mean, and the backpack doesn't look like it's got
Yeah, the mods. I tell you
implements
what,
of
if I
some
ever hit
kind,
the
you know,
lottery,
burglar
I'm
tools
taking
or
them.
anything like that. Of course, he's wearing the pistol.
I'm taking them on
It's
a
just
on
it's
a
a very
Although I
bizarre
was told it's a full backpack. I was told it looks like he's got a full backpack there of items we just don't know.
Well, no. I mean, it looks
Yeah.
like it's full of something.
Something,
But
right?
it does. But it looks like it's soft. It doesn't look like it's a hard, rigid, like a burglar tool or another weapon or something of that nature. So it's a very, very odd set of a very odd costume that he's put on.
So just if everybody's joining us right now, again, this is a live look in Tucson, Arizona. There was a SWAT operation that was conducted earlier tonight at a property about 2 miles away from Nancy Guthrie's home. We are being told that it is being searched. You see forensic trucks leaving. You see an increased presence of the FBI. Brian Enton is on the ground there. We do not know whose house this is as of yet. We know that this was also operated in conjunction with the traffic stop. 2 individuals were removed from the house. Jennifer Coffindaffer, let me go back to you on something. I've been confused about this all day. You've been following it. You tell me, Jesse, you don't know what you're talking about. You're completely wrong. If they found DNA in Nancy Guthrie's house, you and I both know DNA can be the key to solving any case. I remember at the beginning of this case, and maybe I'm wrong, they said they didn't find any forensic material in the house, any DNA linking to a suspect. I could be wrong. Tell me if I don't remember. That's what I thought I read. Now, what would have changed? Would the FBI have certain tools that they could use to locate DNA? And by the way, we don't know where this DNA was found because they say it wasn't DNA of Nancy or someone connected to her. They wouldn't reveal where it is. I imagine it's a very specific location that matters. Does the FBI have certain tools or resources that would have allowed them to collect this?
Well, Jesse, I believe that the sheriff was very cagey about really answering that question about DNA or whether there was even blood in there. And remember, this could be hair, this could be touch DNA, this could be sweat, this could be saliva. There are so many forms that DNA is found in, so within the house. So we don't know, but I can tell you certainly that the FBI has all the same tools generally as the others, only better. And I say that, not that the FBI is better, they just have more expertise and more experience in collection methods. That's what I've seen throughout my experience.
Okay, so as you know, we're live. As this is unfolding, we will see what happens next. Hang with us. We'll be right back right after this, only on News Nation.
Missing, the Nancy Guthrie mystery, Saturday, 8/7 Central on News Nation.
Somewhere on a stretch of road in a town you never heard of, there's a Chevy truck. And the person who drives it, well, that's a Chevy person. You probably know one. Your buddy, your sister, the ones who always show up.
Okay, guys, I'm going to switch this over to another computer. I'm actually going to hop on News Nation here in a few. So I'm going to leave their stream going, and I'm going to switch everything over to this other side. So if you do see a little brief interruption, it will be right back up. I'm going to have to keep the volume down because I don't want any interference when I'm on air. I've got to run and get ready in 10 minutes. So let me do this real quick. I'm just going to hop on and oh boy, this is going to be challenging to get ready in 10 minutes, y'all. But I love me some News Nation. They've been good to me. So we're going to go on and talk about this so y'all stay tuned to News Nation. While I'm getting ready, I'm going to watch on my phone. So if there is any issues with the audio or anything, please let me know. Let me go back in here and start this feed over here. I got to clear my computer out. So bear with me.
It's true. You're pretty awesome. When you go online to loveshriners.org or call this
See if I can
special
maximize the screen.
gift, you'll make a difference too.
Your donation, large or small, helps Shriners Children's do new research, create life-changing treatments, and provide burn care to kids around the world. Every day, people like you give families like ours the hope and healing we need. And when you give your monthly gift of $19 or more, we'll send you your very own Love to the Rescue blanket. It's a warm reminder of the incredible things you're making possible and that you're a part of something special. Because no matter
Sorry,
where
I'm trying to get this squared up for you guys.
we speak, every kid deserves the most amazing care anywhere.
There we go. All right. I'll see you guys in a bit.
Take a moment.
I'm going to put lipstick on a pig.
Right away and start filling our world with more hope, healing, and possibilities.
For adults with type 2 diabetes, do you know about Mounjaro? With Mounjaro, 3 out of 4 people reached an A1C of less than 7%. Plus, people lost up to 25 pounds. Don't take Mounjaro if you're allergic to it, or if you or someone in your family have medullary thyroid
thank
cancer
you
or
so
multiple
much
endocrine
for
neoplasia
that
syndrome
super
type
chat.
2. Stop and call your doctor right
Mary
away if you have an
Poppins,
allergic reaction.
maybe my
a lump or
favorite.
swelling
Oh,
in
I
the
know who
neck,
you are. I
severe
love
stomach
you.
pain or vision changes. Serious side effects may include inflamed pancreas and gallbladder problems. Taking Mounjaro with a sulfonylurea or insulin may cause low blood sugar. Tell your doctor if you're nursing, pregnant, plan to be, or taking birth control pills, and before scheduled procedures with anesthesia. Side effects include nausea, diarrhea, and vomiting, which can cause dehydration and may cause kidney problems. Get to know Mounjaro at Mounjaro.com. Pay as little as $25 for up to 3 months. Governmental beneficiaries excluded. Terms and conditions apply. Ask your doctor about once-weekly Mounjaro.
Sleep Number's best deals are on now. Take 50% off our limited edition mattress, plus 0% interest for 24 months on comfort that adapts to you night after night. Shop now for a limited time, only at a Sleep Number store or sleepnumber.com.
All right, welcome back to our continued live coverage of the Nancy Guthrie investigation. We have new information for you right now. Before I let you know what it is, I just have to set the scene. As we have been talking about, there was a SWAT operation conducted about 2 miles away from Nancy Guthrie's house. We had gotten word, Brian Enton was the first on the scene. We got word that authorities are searching this property pursuant to a search warrant. There is a very large presence of authorities, mostly FBI. We saw forensic trucks leaving the area, and I have just gotten word that 3 people have been detained tonight. So there was 1 man, 1 woman from that home. And we also talked about and have exclusive video of this traffic stop that was apparently connected to this operation. And we believe that 1 man from that traffic stop has been detained. And we believe he was on his way back to this property when that stop happened. Again, this is a real-time update in the Nancy Guthrie investigation. I have to be clear. There has been no sign of Nancy at this location, no word about how this is connected to the investigation in general. We are still learning more details as they come through. But as Brian Enton, who's on the ground, indicated, this is a search. This is an operation that is going to last several hours. I want to bring in retired FBI Assistant Director Kieran Ramsey and retired homicide detective Chris McDonough, who's also the director for the Cold Case Foundation. Chris, I'll start with you. 3 people being detained. Detained is a very specific word. What does it mean?
Well, when somebody is detained, it means they're not under arrest. And so the reason for that is to conduct, further interviews, collect forensic evidence, that kind of stuff. And without having to put the individual into, a custody situation. So if they're doing that, then they have some insight in relationship to some type of culpability. What I mean by that, the wrong word. They have some type of insight in that these individuals probably have some type of information. They want to get to that.
Now, we were talking, Kieran, these forensic trucks showed up. We believe there's a large FBI presence there. What kind of material are they looking for in this house, and what kind of material maybe connected back to Nancy? I mentioned this before. Are they immediately going to be looking for clothing that matches the suspect in that footage? Are they immediately going to try to find something of Nancy's? How quickly can they recover this information? Talk to me about what might be happening inside that property.
So, as a former head of one of the evidence response teams for the FBI, having been through something like this probably over 100 times, they are going in there with a fine-tooth comb looking for obvious physical evidence. And then on top of that, hairs, fibers, fingerprints, DNA, anything forensically, because this all culminated because you have a convergence of information and evidence. You have a convergence of tips and leads, possibly, along with physical and forensic evidence previously collected, and then combined maybe with some digital evidence, maybe even some cell phone evidence out there. So to have them show up now with, obviously with a warrant, if they're going in there with a warrant, and an FBI evidence response team is going to go in there, they're going to go over this house with a fine-tooth comb to look for everything that possibly could at all be connected to this crime.
Real quick, just about that, you mentioned the warrant, excuse me, Kieran. Is this something, because I remember Brian had said he'd been on the scene before they were staging, before they went in. Is this something they were waiting for a warrant, or do you think they had a warrant for several hours, maybe the day before they actually used it to execute it? How does it typically work?
I would hate to speculate the exact timing, but usually you get that information in, you start drafting your probable cause statement, working with your prosecutors, and get it in front of a judge as soon as you can.
Right.
So that, because in this case, remember, we have an 84-year-old woman missing for 14 days. So I imagine as soon as they had the ability to get that warrant signed, they got it signed, whether it was an hour before they hit the house or the day before. I doubt it was that long and they were waiting. I'm pretty sure it was just before they were able to get there and conduct this enforcement action.
Just had to ask because I am thinking about everything we've learned in the last 12 hours with DNA and forensics and gloves and identifying the suspect's, backpack and or trying to identify the backpack and the sweatshirt and all these different things happening at once. I'm trying to understand why they did this tonight. Well, maybe we'll get some more answers. I'll tell you what we do have, okay? So as I mentioned, Brian Enton's on the ground. He did an interview with a neighbor, Peter Molk, lives across the street. Let's hear what he had to say.
Unbelievably absurd. It's making everybody nervous. It's just surreal. And we just can't imagine how the family is processing all this. You know, as a neighbor, as a person that lives in the community, we just wanted to resolve, for the positive.
And so what do you make it, how's it feel? There's, 20 cop cars, a couple SWAT.
Yeah, I live right across the street.
Right across the street.
Yeah, it's weird.
Tell us your thoughts when you saw that going on, maybe, just about trying to process it all. Tell us how you feel about that.
We feel that, they might have gotten a tip. There's been a lot of tips, I'm sure, over the past 2 weeks, but this seems to be a tip that's, could be close. Hopefully it's something that's credible and, it's actual. So hopefully they get somebody, but living right so close to it, I can't imagine that if they get somebody that lives right next to me on my street, that, that even makes sense, to be in this neighborhood, to have all these cops here. There's bomb squad vehicles, a lot of cops, a lot of presence.
Yeah, I can imagine it's a shock to the neighborhood, a shock to the system. Chris, does law enforcement question all the neighbors right now?
Yeah, absolutely. They're doing a canvass. They started obviously in the neighborhood right next to Nancy's house, and for the reasons is because she's such a low risk victim. I mean, there's what they call the victim risk continuum, and you just think of like the letter L, Jesse. You got environment, situation, circumstance, low, medium, and high risk, right? Well, what's the environment? Well, she's at her house. The circumstance was she's in bed in her house, and environment, situation, and then the circumstance as a whole was she just disappears. Well, on that victim risk continuum, that puts everything to the very left of that continuum, meaning it's a low risk victim. And so there's a higher probability that there was some type of association between the victim and that particular house as a whole, okay? And so that then tells the authorities, and as an investigator, that tells us, okay, we got to start a radius here. And we, first of all, everybody in the circle, family, friends, employees, the pool guy, the air conditioner guy, anybody in that circle. And then you move yourself out into the neighborhood. And you typically, in a case like this, would probably go between 2 and maybe 5 miles, maybe 10, if the scene continues to expand. And in this particular situation, I think there's a digital footprint somewhere. The FBI is the best in the world. The CAS team is the best in the world at giving digital footprint to local authorities. And I believe that's probably what they're chasing.
Just something to add on to what you said. My initial thought was, I think like within 24 hours, 48 hours of Nancy Guthrie disappearing, was I hope that they look at the contractors, the people who worked at the case. I can't tell you how many times I've covered cases, older victims who are exploited and victimized by the people that work in their house. And I'm not saying that's what happened here, but again, that is just something I think you have to look at when you deal with these particular situations. Okay, stand by. We're going to take a quick break. When we come back, we're live on the scene with more breaking news in the continued coverage of Nancy Guthrie's disappearance. We'll be back.
This is your prime time. News Nation, a different kind of crime. Diverse voices, fresh perspectives, with respect for all of us. This is America's new prime time, only on News Nation.
That's rough. But hey, with SafeLight, you can get that fixed any way you want.
Any way I want.
It's your windshield. Get it fixed any way you want with SafeLight.
SafeLight repair, SafeLight replace.
Hi. Hi.
Chocolate fundraiser.
With the Chase mobile app, things move a little more smoothly. Deposit checks easily and send money quickly. Ooh. That's convenience from Chase. Make more of what's yours.
My name is Noah. I am 11 years old. I'm a St. Jude patient.
Noah means everything to me. He is just my whole heart. My whole heart. After Noah's original diagnosis, initially, it was this moment of praying for a miracle because it was a massive tumor in the left side of his brain.
Every minute matters for the children at St. Jude. They need your help. For just $19 a month, you can become a St. Jude partner in hope and help save lives. Call, go online, or scan the QR code with your gift.
As a parent, you trying your best could be not enough. And seeing the 3-year-old going through what she's going through, it's tough.
I try not to think into the future, but then when your child loses their hair, that was hard. You just want to help your child.
Please don't wait. For just $19 a month, you can make a difference in the lives of these kids.
I thank you guys from the bottom of my heart. Everybody that gets to St. Jude, they have to keep doing what they're doing, because without them, these babies wouldn't make it.
Join with your credit or debit card for only $19 a month, and we'll send you this St. Jude t-shirt you can proudly wear to show your support.
It has been a very tough journey for such a small little girl if it wasn't for St. Jude. And the donations, I don't know where Maisie would be.
I'm brave.
And courageous.
And courageous.
Yeah. Love you.
Love you.
Help St. Jude find more cures for more children. Please donate now.
All right, locked in for this meeting. Total focus. Double booked? All good. Otter AI gives meeting notes and insights, even on meetings I can't attend. Dang it, I picked the boring one.
Otter, the AI meeting agent.
No matter where you are or where you go, you can shop for Warby Parker glasses with a trusted advisor who knows your face, knows your style, and recommends personalized pics, all from your phone.
At Viasat, we believe every family deserves connection. Satellite internet that's fast, reliable, and installed by professionals. For work, for play, for every day. Internet plans made easy and affordable. Available anywhere you call home. Visit getviasat.com or call 877-VIASAT-7 to sign up today. That's getviasat.com or 877-842-7287. Viasat, internet without limits.
With riots and violent looting going on all over the country, I don't feel safe leaving the house without this banana. Normally, I would be worried about this creepy guy, but I've got my banana with me. That same car has been sitting outside my house for a while now. Better keep this banana by the door.
Sounds ridiculous, right? Now imagine this banana was capable of incapacitating an attacker from over 60 feet.
At Byrna, we don't sell bananas. Go to Byrna.com to learn more.
All right, welcome back, and thank you for joining us here on News Nation as we're covering this breaking news in the Nancy Guthrie disappearance. So as we've been reporting, there was this SWAT operation that was being conducted about 2 miles away from Nancy's house tonight. There was also a traffic stop that was conducted in conjunction with that. We have gotten word 3 people have been detained. There was 1 woman, 1 man at the house, 1 at the traffic stop. We have this exclusive video we were showing before of the traffic stop where it appears it's a white van. The reason that might matter, talked about it before, is that there were reports that a white van was seen in Nancy's area leading up to her disappearance. Don't know if that's why this was the stop. We don't have a lot of information, I'll be completely honest, but I'll tell you what we do have. Brian Enton was on the ground there. Let me tell you, he was the first one there. He was actually within the perimeter for quite some time. He was actually moved back, and when he was moved back out of the perimeter, he told us 10 cars, about 10 FBI cars showed up. So this appeared to be a SWAT operation from Pima County, but then you have this joint operation with the FBI. You are seeing forensic trucks showing up. You are seeing the collection of evidence. And also, I will let you know that Brian was told this operation, this search, pursuant to a search warrant, is going to last several hours. We don't know what's going to come of this. We saw something similar earlier in the week. We don't know if this will see the similar situation here where someone will be detained and ultimately released again. But this is coming on a day where we learned a lot more information about DNA being collected at Nancy Guthrie's house. We learned more about gloves being collected. They're seemingly trying to identify the items of clothing being worn by the suspect. So as soon as we get more information, we will. And I will also let you know, although there were early reports about a press conference that was going to be held, that is not happening. We are waiting for a written statement from the Pima County Sheriff's Office. As soon as that comes out, I'll make sure to bring it in. I've been talking to law enforcement, lawyers all night. I want to get some different perspective. I want to bring in my friend Gigi McKelvey, host of the podcast Pretty Lies and Alibis. She was on Jesse Weber Live with me earlier in the week because you and I were talking about how in this investigation, right, the public can be a massive help. They're asking neighbors to look for footage. They're asking the public, do you see this guy? I mean, I had a sketch artist earlier on who said, this is who I think it is. Right now, with all of this going on, what is social media looking like?
Oh, man, it is a zoo, Jesse. It is wild. But I will tell you, in the beginning, we all were a little skeptical that, is this going to be a repeat of what happened when they detained the suspect, just earlier this week? But
wasn't even a suspect.
Right. The person, the person of interest, or the detainee. I don't even know they called him a person of interest, but it just felt different tonight, Jesse. The larger presence, the staging. You guys have brought it all night long. We had Brian Enton there just keeping us updated. And so people love Brian and they know his reporting. So as he was saying this, they're staging here, the seriousness really set in that this might be the night we get some answers after 13 days, almost 14 now, of waiting to hear anything about Nancy, people just hoping she's okay, all the while trying to be realistic about things, but really just grateful that it seems like we've made some significant progress, especially since that DNA was found in the house and obviously was sent for testing. We'll see if that's related to this, but some pieces started to fit a little better tonight, Jesse, and the internet definitely is responding. I've been live, and I tell you, I've had the largest audience tonight with a lot of opinions, but mostly just a lot of love and prayers for Nancy and the Guthrie family.
There's a ton of people that are invested in this. And yes, you're talking about the mother of a celebrity, a national TV anchor, of course. But at the same time, this is an 84-year-old woman. She is beloved by that family. You watch any of those videos with Savannah and her siblings, it's heartbreaking. You even look at the video of Savannah earlier this week. It is difficult to watch. And as you're seeing the ups and the downs and the twists and the turns of this case, I mean, your heart breaks for them. Let me ask you this. As this investigation is progressing, and I like to use that word progressing, it makes me feel optimistic about what we're seeing. Whether it's, I mean, was it social media that helped to even identify some of the items that are worn by that suspect in the video?
Yeah, I have to say, Jesse, a lot of people I saw identified the backpack and the jacket really quickly, actually. You know, people love to feel like they're helping. And we know in the Gabby Petito case, it was somebody who was just aware of the news and was very vigilant and really gave them the break they needed. And even in just saying tonight, you know, hey, I think when we get validation that this backpack was from Walmart or this jacket was from here, a lot of people are going to be right, I think, because they'll point out the similarities. There's a lot of smart people out there, Jesse. It's I think a lot of people miss their calling. I'll tell you that, because I've seen some great discoveries in the still photos and shadows and just the different areas that people are so good in that are just very vast.
Yeah, no, absolutely. And it's good to hear that you're seeing this outpouring of support for the Guthrie family. There's obviously, you know, trolls out there who, you know, try to exploit it for whatever purpose they do. But, you know, look, I think the public here is going to be key. When you're talking about so many leads and so many tips, did you get any word from people that follow you? Hey, I called into the sheriff's office. I called into the FBI. I found something. I saw something. Whether it's people in, I mean, how many people in Arizona do you see are actually looking into this and are in the area and saying, I saw, you know, I know Nancy, I know this area, and are submitting information?
I've had a lot of listeners from Arizona who have reached out that were very familiar with the area, that had seen Nancy around town. Not really any tips, really just more theories that, you know, I say if you feel very strongly about it, but, you know, do remember, make sure it's a valid tip, because they're overwhelmed. Clearly 13,000 tips after that video was put out, or probably more. You know, but yeah, I've had a lot of theories emailed to me, but nobody that really had anything where I would say you definitely need to call. But people do mean well. And at the end of the day, people want to help. Even if it's just from the comfort of their home, people want to feel like they're doing their part. And it could be as simple as retweeting her photo. And, you know, I'm really interested if in fact these people are detained and eventually arrested, you know, and their faces are made public, are we going to start to get more people that say, I remember seeing this or that person here? You know, this is probably the beginning of another saga. You know, if we have resolution tonight, this is not the end of the story. This is really just the beginning.
I mentioned it before. You have to believe that law enforcement is interviewing neighbors of the people that were just detained and what they saw and who are they, and how long they've had this property under surveillance, the car under surveillance. Hopefully we get more information. Gigi McKelvey, thank you. Always appreciate it. Okay, we're going to take a quick break. When we come back, as I mentioned, Brian Enton's on the ground there. I want to find out from him what he's seeing, what he's hearing in real time. Stay with us.
Did you know taking Zysol at night relieves allergies while you sleep? So you wake refreshed for a more productive day. Get 24-hour continuous relief that does not fade. Be wise all. Take Zysol at night.
Bello was found inside of a shopping bag, severely injured, unable to stand, and completely starving. The cruelty was unimaginable.
When Bello was found, he was likely hours away from death. He was dangerously anemic, meaning his red blood cell count was so low. To walk by him every day and see him lying down because he was starved is the level of cruelty I can't even fathom.
Animals like Bello need your help now. Many are on the brink of survival, injured, starving, and waiting for someone to care. That's why we're asking you to join and help rescue animals in urgent need today. For just $19 a month, only 63 cents a day, you can provide food and medical care to animals who need your help right now. Animals who are facing starvation, cruelty, and neglect need someone they can finally count on. Join today. Go online, call or scan now, and watch your support save lives. Just 63 cents a day provides the meals, the medical care, and the love they need right now. Your support will make all the difference to an animal who's suffering. Join in the next 5 minutes, and we'll send you this free welcome kit and this adorable plush dog.
Seeing a dog like Bello come in was heartbreaking and emotionally devastating. It always upsets me to think that somebody watched him slowly over months decline.
Don't let these animals suffer any longer. Donate today, and we'll work tirelessly on your behalf to provide the meals and the medical care they need. But we can't reach the animals who need us without people like you. So please listen to your heart and take just a minute to help the animals today. Go online, call, or scan the code now.
This little light of mine has been dark for quite some time. Then I let in the light to help see more of the light inside of me.
I needed more from my antidepressant, so my doctor added Caplyta, proven to provide greater relief from depression symptoms than an antidepressant alone, building on my progress without starting over. Weight gain and reported sexual side effects were not common.
Elderly dementia patients have increased risk of death or stroke. Caplyta is not approved for dementia-related psychosis. Call your doctor about new or sudden mood changes, behaviors, or suicidal thoughts right away. Antidepressants may increase these risks. Report fever, confusion, stiff muscles, which may be life-threatening, or uncontrolled muscle movements, which may be permanent. High cholesterol and weight gain may occur, as can high blood sugar, which may be fatal. Common side effects are sleepiness, dizziness, nausea, dry mouth, feeling tired, and diarrhea. These aren't all the side effects.
Ask your doctor about Caplyta.
Help see more of the light inside of me.
I can't get a hold of my mom.
I'm sure it's nothing.
I've called her 5 times.
I'm sure she's fine.
Is Grandma okay?
Help! I've fallen and I can't get up.
Don't worry, ma'am. We're sending help right now.
Hello?
Hello, this is Life Alert. Your mother had an emergency, and we dispatched paramedics to her home.
Oh my gosh, what happened?
She had a fall, but don't worry. She is safe, and the paramedics are helping her right now.
Thank you.
Life Alert saves a life every 11 minutes. With one simple touch of a button, Life Alert sends help immediately. Whether it's to report a fall, a medical emergency, or an intruder, Life Alert sends first responders fast.
For a free brochure, call 800-989-5113. 800-989-5113. That's 800-989-5113.
All right, and welcome back to our continued live coverage of this situation that is developing in the Nancy Guthrie case. We've been reporting for the whole night that there was a SWAT operation that was conducted about 2 miles away from Nancy Guthrie's house, that 3 people have been detained, 2 at this house, 1 at a traffic stop that was done in connection with this operation. We do not know what they're looking for. We do not know who these people are at this point. The PIO, the Pima County Sheriff's Office, had indicated at one point it seemed that there was going to be a press conference. They are not doing that. We are waiting for a written statement from them to provide more information. We are told that a swath of FBI cars arrived at that location. There have been armored presence. There has been forensic trucks. Something is going on that is significant here, and we're trying to get a better sense of this. I want to bring on News Nation's Brian Enton, who was the first on the scene there. Brian, at this hour, what are you seeing? What are you hearing? What are you learning?
Yeah, so there's still a massive law enforcement presence at the house right now, Jesse. There were already a ton of deputies and SWAT vehicles. And then, as you mentioned, we saw just a huge contingent of FBI agents arrive, at least 10 cars, and what looked like sort of an evidence unit that arrived maybe a half an hour ago. I'll step out of the way and show you. This is as close as we can get right now. You can't really see down the street where all the activity is. That deputy that you see there in the distance is blocking the street, but it's about 5 or 6 houses down where we know this SWAT operation happened, and where I'm told there is also a search warrant that is being executed right now. What I am being told is that when they went to this house initially, they pulled out a man and a woman, possibly a mother and a son, I'm being told. They came out willingly, so there was no need for any sort of force or flashbangs. It was very, very quiet. We were right down the street when it happened, and we didn't hear pretty much anything. It was quiet because they came out willingly, I am told, and were detained. And at the same time, interestingly, there was another male detained not far from here during a traffic stop that I am told is related. Whether that person also lives in the house, that's what I'm hearing. I haven't been able to fully confirm that yet. But there was another man detained in a traffic stop close by, and I'm told that person was going to get food and it happened near a Culver's restaurant where that person was detained. How all of this connects back to the Nancy Guthrie investigation, we don't know, but we do know that this is part of the Nancy Guthrie investigation, and it is somehow connected. They're questioning these people right now. Is this going to turn into something, or is this going to be similar to what we saw several nights ago near the Mexico border when that other man, Carlos, was detained and then they ended up letting him go? We just don't know at this point, Jesse.
And you were told that this operation is going to last quite a while. I mean, what can we expect tomorrow with this?
Yeah, I mean, based on what I'm seeing, I don't get the sense that anybody's going to be leaving anytime soon. And when we were inside the perimeter closer, when we finally got kicked out, they came up to us and said, you know, you guys have to go and we're going to be here pretty much. And I said, how long? And he goes, pretty much all night, which is sort of the sense that I'm getting to, that they're at least going to be there for several hours longer, especially since we just saw all of those additional FBI teams roll in.
Collecting, processing evidence, maybe doing interviews of neighbors. I mean, we played an interview that was you guys did on the ground with someone there. I have to tell you, Brian, I'm wondering what's leading them there. Today was a very interesting day when they talk about the collection of DNA. And I'll just go back to that for a second. I mean, you've been covering this from the beginning. Do you think there was something that led them there, whether it's the surveillance footage, whether it's the idea of collecting DNA, the gloves? Now there's been potential identifications of the clothing worn by the suspect. What's your gut telling you about what might have led them there? Because it seemed like, my guests have been saying, it looks like they were under surveillance for a little bit.
Yeah, it's my understanding that someone in the home was under surveillance, and I was getting, indications from my sources really starting in the late afternoon that something might be going down tonight. And then we reported when the SWAT team was staging. They staged at 2 different locations that we were at. They were all gathering together, and you got the sense that they were getting ready to do something. Granted, we've seen them do that other nights, and nothing has transpired, so we weren't really sure which way it was going to go tonight. And then, lo and behold, they staged at one location. They moved to a different location very close to the house, and then they moved in on the house pretty much at the same time that we know they moved in on that traffic stop, Jesse. Whether it has anything to do with the announcement by the sheriff that DNA was found inside the home, my sense is it doesn't, that this was someone who is probably already on their radar and under surveillance, but we're just going to have to wait and see. Any idea of identities of these people? No, we don't have names. We don't have identities. We don't, looks like there's someone else coming out here. So let me step out of the way. You can see who this is. But we do not, looks like this is maybe one of the SWAT units now leaving, Jesse. They've been there for a long time. I actually thought maybe these SWAT units would have left earlier once everything sort of calmed down. But yeah, this is what we saw roll in earlier. There were 2 of these, and that's how we knew that it was serious, when you see these SWAT guys and everybody inside had their armor, and they weren't taking any chances earlier. But now they're starting to roll out, Jesse. And that could be because they just have to make sure there's not a continuing security risk. I don't know how big this property is. I don't know what kind of complications it has. Not uncommon for a SWAT team to stay there to provide additional resources for quite some time. This is, by the way, there's been so much talk about cooperation, lack of cooperation between the sheriff's office and the FBI. Have you seen Sheriff Nanos at the scene? I haven't seen him. That doesn't mean he's not here. It's so dark. When we were back there, it was hard to really see faces. So I know I confirmed that night that when we were at the scene at Rio Rico, he was he was there. The sheriff did show up. In terms of whether he's here tonight, I haven't heard.
I did think it was interesting that he did that interview with Elizabeth Vargas just hours before this. Was a little, you know, as he should be, not revealing a lot of information, wouldn't even rule out suspects and say, well, I can't even rule out the family at this point when he was asked. I do wonder, I mean, you've been following this. I do wonder what information he had about this operation, because there has been a question of what is, you nailed it perfectly. It was like at the beginning of the week, he didn't even know Savannah Guthrie was going to be making that video. He found out from his wife. I mean, do you believe that there is more coordination than we're seeing in the media right now between the FBI and Pima County?
I certainly hope so. I mean, look, we're hearing two different stories. We're hearing from FBI sources that it's been a bit of a mess when it comes to communication between the two agencies, and that they, you know, were having issues about where to send evidence. The sheriff has now denied all that. Looks like there's another truck coming out, maybe. The sheriff has denied that there's been an issue, says that he called the FBI, you know, the Monday after Nancy Guthrie went missing. We definitely saw FBI here tonight. I can say that for sure. Because a ton of them arrived. I don't know what this white, I don't know the significance of this white van, but it looks like it was coming from the crime scene area. So, you know, hopefully things will get better, because I've heard it for the last week or so, just among the sources here on the ground, that even 2 nights ago, there was some critical information involving a car that they were looking for that just wasn't shared with the FBI. And they were sort of mind blown by that. Like, why were they not being kept in the loop?
Let me ask you about that real quick. So we have this video that was obtained of the traffic stop, and you see what appears to be a white van. I've been talking about it tonight. Why is that significant to you?
So, I mean, we've got to sort of figure out how to piece this together, and we don't have the information yet. But the traffic stop happened around the same time as when they finally decided to move in on this house. And it's my understanding they were waiting for this traffic stop to happen to move in on the house. So they're connected. The people involved are connected,
right?
And how they are and all the details of that, we're gonna have to wait to kind of sort that out and talk to our sources.
But about 30 seconds left. But you've heard reports about a white van in Nancy's neighborhood. If in fact that's what the video is showing.
Yeah, I did. Granted, there's so many workers in the neighborhood. You know, not to discount that, but
Sure.
I've seen a lot of white vans in the neighborhood. I mean, there's landscapers everywhere. It's a beautiful neighborhood. People have work done on their houses constantly. So, you know, there's a ton of white vans. I wouldn't go too far thinking that that's necessarily, you know, a connection.
I lied. You have 20 seconds. You got you have a special coming out tomorrow night, right?
We do. Yeah, we've got a special tomorrow night, 8 o'clock Eastern, where we're going to look at it. I mean, we've got all these developments tonight. We're going to keep pounding the pavement tonight in the morning, and we'll have it all tomorrow night, kind of at where everything stands. Seems like it's changing by the hour.
I will just say, Brian, on behalf of everybody here and behalf of everybody who's been following this case, you are doing an incredible job in your continued coverage of this. And thank you so much for being a part of this. I know we're trying to get answers for the Guthrie family as quickly as possible. Brian Enton, thank you so much. Everyone out there, thank you for joining us here on News Nation for our continued coverage, our live coverage of the Nancy Guthrie case. I'm Jesse Weber. Stay with us. We'll be back after this.
Okay, can y'all hear me? I'm back. Thanks for tuning in. Thank you, Leslie. I love Jesse Weber. I'm going to tell you right now, Brian and Jesse, two of the nicest guys I've ever met in my entire life. I just wanted to pop on and say thanks for being here. Don't forget to subscribe if you like the content. Go give News Nation a subscribe. And they have brought it tonight, y'all. So we're going to join them again.
On the ground within the perimeter of where this is happening. And let me just add this. News Nation was exclusive in this. We exclusively learned about this SWAT operation, which I believe is at a location that is 1.9 miles away from Nancy's house in the Pima County area. But remember what this happens. Let's just put it into context, okay? You're 13 days in. This comes on the heels of the sheriff, Chris Nanos, telling News Nation that investigators found DNA samples in Nancy's home belonging to someone that wasn't Nancy or anyone that was close to her. You know, that's interesting considering early on authorities seem to have indicated there was no forensic or DNA evidence of a suspect. So what changed? Now, after an investigation, again, that stretched on for 13 long days, now we have to ask, within the next hour, are we going to get confirmation that authorities have finally made an arrest? And more importantly, is Nancy Guthrie still alive? I'm joined right now by News Nation senior national correspondent Brian Enton, who has been the first on the scene here. Brian, thanks so much. Okay, for anybody who's just joining us this hour, lay out where you are. I know you can be limited in what you can say because you don't want to jeopardize an active investigation that's happening, but lay out what you're seeing right now at this hour and what we can expect to see.
Yeah, so we're at about 2 miles, Jesse, maybe a little under 2 miles from Nancy Guthrie's house. There is, it's still active, a SWAT operation that was out here, I would say about 24 deputies, FBI agents, 2 big SWAT vehicles from the Pima County Sheriff's Office rolled into this neighborhood. I've lost track of time. We've probably been here for about an hour or so. And I'm told that they were conducting an operation connected to the Nancy Guthrie operation, to the Nancy Guthrie investigation. They went into a home in this neighborhood. They brought 2 people out. It appears that
So I think this is a repeat. So what we're going to do is let's go over to X and check our feeds, and we'll see if anybody is live on X or anything. Let's see here. I'm going to share the tab. We'll see what's happening on the ground. Appreciate y'all being here so much. What a wild night. So let's look here from Michael Ruiz. Just seeing a lot of vehicles going in and out of there, y'all. A ton. Yeah. Yeah, they're just, did you guys get the sense that something was just different tonight? I really, really did. No written statement yet, but you do see here that the written statement is forthcoming. So, very interesting. Lots of people gathering at the scene. Yeah, they pushed him way back. That's kind of when I knew they're going to be there all night long, y'all. We'll be good. That is not confirmed. So just try to look for anything that's confirmed. Let's go on a little trip, y'all. Hang on, I'm going to pull something up here and see if anybody is live covering this from a channel. See if we can get a local station to pull up. Okay, so we're gonna hop over to Fox 10 Phoenix really quickly. Shout out to Justin Lum.
Moving back from Nancy's home to other places where police are investigating the sheriff's department, and now they are all outside lined up where we were told this media briefing would have happened, waiting for information about this. I would say
Dorothy.
it's split into maybe 3 different sections.
Good to see
more
you.
than a dozen maybe in each one. Again, there's just a lot of questions about this investigation still, and we're all hoping that we get some answers tonight.
And have you seen any public information officer, if they have one for Pima County? I'm not sure. Has anyone come over from the sheriff's department to talk to you guys, to say anything about what's happening?
I think we lost their feed. Yeah, I think we lost their feed. Not sure what happened there. So we'll share this tab instead. I'll try to keep looking at that. I would really like to stay. There we go.
This release is coming, what we can expect from it. The only update we have are the 2 from tonight. The one saying that we should come to this location for an update. The second saying that update is now coming via online, email, social media. It'll be a written response versus an in-person interview like we initially expected.
All right, Megan, we'll stand by with you and wait for that statement to come in. Of course, everyone across the globe is probably familiar with the story by now, but we want to give a timeline of what we know so far about how this has all taken place. Again, this all started 14 days ago, roughly. That'll be tomorrow, 14 days. Nancy Guthrie was forcibly taken from her Tucson home almost 2 weeks ago. Let's take you through this timeline. Again, so much has happened, but we have still been waiting for any kind of big break in this case. The mother of Today co-anchor Savannah Guthrie, she was taken from her Tucson home on February 1st after going out to dinner with the family. A day later, Sheriff Nanos confirmed in a press conference that this was being investigated as a crime. And then on Tuesday, February 3rd, a Fox 10 photojournalist captured this video showing dried blood on the stoop outside of Guthrie's home, Nancy Guthrie's home. TMZ and local TV station also confirmed that they received alleged ransom notes demanding Bitcoin for Guthrie's return. And DNA analysis of that blood did show that that blood belonged to Nancy Guthrie. Then last Wednesday on the 4th, her daughter, again, Savannah Guthrie, posted her first message on Instagram. And this message was interesting. It was addressing the case. It looked like, well, it was a prepared statement, that's for sure, and seemingly directed at the alleged kidnapper, speaking to that person. They had not heard from them, and it was a bit of a reach-out effort to try to establish some sort of line of communication with whoever it was who took their mother. Last Thursday, a $50,000 reward was offered for information in the case. Billboards started going up across the Southwest. You might have seen these, asking for tips, and all of this as the first of 2 reported deadlines in the ransom notes came and went with no information and no movement as far as where Nancy Guthrie was and what condition she might be in. Over the past weekend, Savannah posted another video to social media saying, quote, "We will pay." This was after media outlets received a second ransom note. TMZ seemed to be getting a lot of these notes and a lot of information, even before the law enforcement involved in this. And after several days, without any new developments, the FBI posted these images on Tuesday. Now, this was a huge, groundbreaking piece of information in this case. It showed an armed suspect outside of Nancy Guthrie's home the night that she disappeared. Watching these videos the first time people saw this, it was chilling to see this person on her front porch, covered, the face covered, a backpack on, a weapon at the front of their waist. And this video was able to be salvaged from her doorbell camera. At first, they did not think any of this video would be available, but they worked extensively to try to get this video, and they were able to finally retrieve it. Thousands of tips then flooded into the FBI's tip line. In fact, more than 18,000 after this video was released. Then later that same night, it seemed like another break in the case, or at least a big break in the case. There was a man detained for hours in Rio Rico, Arizona, just about 10 minutes from the U.S.-Mexico border. He was questioned in connection to Guthrie's disappearance, detained in a traffic stop near the border. We all thought that this might be it, that this could be the suspect, but this man was not. He was released. The man told Fox that he works a delivery job in Tucson, and he may have delivered something to Nancy's home, but has nothing to do with the case. In fact, it appears he was identified or tipped off, police were tipped off because of his eyes. Well, yesterday, investigators set up a white tent outside of Guthrie's front door. They moved it just a few hours later, but then they also released more details about the suspect about 4 hours after that tent was removed, describing him as around 5'9" and confirming that he was wearing an Ozark Trail hiker backpack, which is only sold at Walmart or online. So all of these bits of information were finally starting to lead to something that could potentially lead to a suspect in this case. The FBI also doubling its reward for information to $100,000. And that brings us to where we are today. Again, waiting to learn more about the presence of the PCSD, the Salvarita Police Department, Oro Valley, potentially FBI at a home near Nancy's house. So let's go back to Megan now after we've established that timeline here for anybody who's really trying to put this all together. And where we are tonight, Megan, still a lot of unanswered questions, and I don't believe we've received anything from Pima County Sheriffs in just the past few minutes.
No, we haven't yet. Again, we're constantly checking our emails, social media, waiting for this update. We know it's coming. We were told from the Pima County Sheriff's Department that we would get some sort of a written statement, an update. We're assuming it is tied to this, but we don't even know. We know that around 8:30, we were at Nancy's home, and the Pima County Sheriff's Department said that a media staging area would be here. So that's exactly where we came, and we have just been waiting to find out more details. Again, this road has just been constantly blocked off. Cars have been going through. It's hard to tell if they're neighbors, if it's people a part of the investigation. But again, we have seen at least 2 SWAT trucks come through, in addition to all those other agencies that you reported. Again, Sahuarita Police, Oro Valley Police, Marana Police, of course, the Pima County Sheriff's Department as well, all just waiting for information. What we do know, Fox News has confirmed that multiple people have been detained. Michael Ruiz with Fox Digital says that authorities have detained 2 males plus 1 of their moms, but that source cautions that during a warrant execution, technically everyone is detained. So again, at this point, we're just waiting on more specifics about who was detained, why they were detained, and hopefully an update on the search for Nancy.
Yeah, again, that's the question we're all waiting for tonight. We did see, again, as you mentioned, the SWAT teams left the neighborhood, which would not be unusual after they did their part of this operation, then to turn it over to the other officers and investigators on the scene. We did see a number of vehicles driving into the neighborhood after they moved some of those cones behind you a little while ago, I think during the beginning of our 10 o'clock newscast. And wasn't clear at that point if it was neighbors or maybe more law enforcement. But the shot from the drone, I don't know if you could see it out there, but we have the Fox News drone team has a shot overhead. It's an infrared camera, so it looks black and white, almost, like a desert landscape, obviously, because of where it's located. We do see, we can't pinpoint the house, Megan, but we do see, just dozens of police vehicles in this neighborhood now, and we're seeing where you guys are all lined up. So it's not giving us a real clear image as to what may have gone on there, but we do still see such a huge presence of police that does indicate that maybe there is still some sort of active investigation or at least search going on, if they had that search warrant to be looking through that house. Maybe that is why we're still waiting for that statement a little bit more than an hour, I think, now, since we were first told that that statement would be coming. So the play tonight, I guess, is just to keep checking and seeing if they're refreshing anything. It doesn't seem like at this point. I guess what I'm saying is if this was a major break in this case, I believe that they would still be coming out and giving a press briefing like they first said that they would be doing.
I think that's what a lot of people are assuming, and that could be correct. At this point, we just don't know. Like I said, things are changing, and we haven't been able to ask those questions about what happened, why we're not getting that actual person here to talk anymore, why we're just getting a formal statement. Is something still actively happening back there in that neighborhood? Now, you and people looking down from our cameras from above, they probably have a better view than where we are now. The media setup location for where they initially said to come, they've pushed us back. We're on the other side of the street from where it is blocked off, and from here you can't see the house that they are going into. You can only see the cars that we've listed and the law enforcement vehicles making their way through. But we know that because so many different agencies are now involved, at least the ones that are here tonight, I think it's understandable that it's taking some time, but we're just waiting for a response to come out to us and hopefully give us an update.
And Megan, I want to lean into some of your experience working in the Tucson market. When interacting with Sheriff Chris Nanos, I'm sure sometimes during the stories you covered, he is getting quite a lot of criticism, whether it's fair or unfair, by the handling of this situation. Obviously, I think at first he probably talked too much, and now we haven't heard from him for quite a while in terms of a press briefing situation. Do you think, obviously this is such a huge story, is the Pima County Sheriff's Department kind of ready for something like this, a major worldwide story? This kind of stuff really doesn't happen in Tucson, or, it seems like it's pretty quiet down there usually.
You know what? I would say that it is, and I would say that this situation doesn't happen in a lot of places. This is a very bizarre situation. I mean, we're talking about ransom notes, deadlines, Bitcoin transfers, someone being abducted from their home. There is just so much of this that is a kind of a crazy situation. It's heartbreaking and really scary, and I don't know. I would imagine that the Sheriff's Department has not had to deal with anything like this here in Tucson or through any of their experiences. You know, that's why I think the FBI did join this effort. Hopefully they can bring a little more help to the situation, and then we'll see what was happening here. We know that it's not just the Pima County Sheriff's Department and the FBI anymore. It's different police departments. SWAT is out here. There's so many people involved in at least tonight. So we'll see how that carries out throughout the rest of the investigation.
Yeah, and then along with local and national media, this has almost become sort of a cottage industry right now on social with these online sleuths who are now out there. There was a guy earlier today who was online streaming just at another location in Marana of police vehicles and was having like 55,000 people watching it live. So you've got the eyes of the world on this little Catalina Foothills neighborhood.
Completely. I think it's captured the attention of people across the entire country. Like I said, of course, it's heartbreaking and so scary is part of it, but it's just also so interesting the way that this is playing out. It has now been, it'll be 2 weeks tomorrow since Nancy Guthrie was last seen, and we are just still waiting for so many answers. But yeah, I mean, we have national, we have local media, we have people that are streamers on social media and YouTube, and we were following some of them as well, seeing what they were watching and what the questions that they had as well. It's just really capturing the attention of a lot of people. And I'm sure that this is where, you know, it's a double-edged sword for the FBI and the Pima County Sheriff's Department, where we're in a situation where everyone is playing detective. Everyone is trying to figure out what happened to Nancy Guthrie. And I think the positives of that is this large community force behind this investigation of people looking for her, trying to find their own information and sending in these tips. We know the FBI has received thousands of tips. I think the latest update that we got was that the FBI had received 13,000 tips, and that I think was before the initial description of the suspect. So I can only imagine that the tips have increased. But at the same time, you have a lot of people, like you said, that are criticizing this investigation. They're wanting to know more than what the FBI and the Sheriff's Department are choosing to reveal. But I think at this point, we just have to hope that they know more than they're revealing, and that hopefully tonight we can get some of those answers.
Yeah, and sometimes in that vacuum, when there's not a lot of information coming from law enforcement, it gets filled with rumor and innuendo and speculation, which we have definitely seen in this case. And you make a good point, Megan. What we should not lose sight of in this case is Nancy Guthrie, an 84-year-old mother, grandmother, living alone in that home, who I can't imagine what it was like when she came face to face with that person who was on her porch in that mask and the backpack and the weapon.
Exactly.
I mean, it's frightening to think about that. So we cannot lose sight of the fact that the real effort here is to find her and hopefully bring her back safely and that she's still alive. That's, I think, what everyone is just, why so many people are watching this and waiting for any bit of information.
100%. I think that as much as people are curious and want to know what's going on, there is just a huge Tucson community and people extended that just are feeling for the Guthrie family, and they want answers for them as well. You talked about speculation, and that's something that the Sheriff's Department actually addressed today, specifically with the gloves, which we've been talking about, which I just think this is important to note because we were talking about speculation and rumor and how things go. They went out of their way to not only clarify that gloves, they did find them about 2 miles away from the home, and that's part of the investigation, but specifically noting that there were reports, rumors, whatever you want to call it, of gloves being found inside the home, and the Pima County Sheriff's Department went out of their way to say that is not true. So I think they're battling, I'm sure, with the back and forth of trying to reveal information and also make sure that the incorrect information that is out there is being shut down quickly as well.
All right, Megan, thank you. We'll continue to stand by, obviously, as we wait for.
Hey guys, we're gonna watch this drone video real quick, just because I'm not authorized to really stream Fox. I have permission from News Nation. They're repeating, so let's watch this drone video right now. I'm gonna keep an eye on X for any kind of updates. Let me share the screen real quick. Add the stage. There we go. We're going to watch this. This is a long video, but it gives you an idea of the law enforcement presence. And right now, there's just nothing else to watch, to be honest, y'all. There is it right now. Everybody's just waiting for answers, you know. It's just kind of how it goes. So we'll just watch this for a few minutes. I'm going to look across X while we watch this to see about any updates.
You have the drone.
Okay, so we're going to chit chat for a bit. It's kind of hard to which house do you guys think that they're at? Well, they're right on that property. But you look here, I mean, this is a pretty heavily populated area. Somebody out there right there. What I like to say is vacuuming the lawn. The people that come outside to look. There literally was a video one time, y'all, where there was something going down in a neighborhood and the woman was taking her trash out and she literally was not watching where she was going and she tripped right there on live TV. About as good as the woman, I don't know if you guys have ever seen it, where there was a snow, I think maybe in Charleston, South Carolina, which is rare. And these people were out running and they're like, don't you think it's a little dangerous to be running in the slick snow? And she's like, no, it's actually great for running. And she runs like 50 feet and she slips and busts it. Look, it's only funny till somebody gets hurt and then it's hilarious. Can you get to this area from Nancy's without going on main roads? That's a really good question. So let me pull up Google Maps and go on a little trip. Google Maps. Y'all, I have to say, I've been doing this for close to 6 years now. This is the most viewers I've ever had at one time. So thank you guys for trusting me with this. I really just like to try to pull in everything from all different angles. I have 5 monitors set up in here right now. Like, looks like Mission Control, but you know, if Mission Control had ADHD like me. But that way it keeps you guys from like trying to scour the internet to find these things. And I want to make sure what we put out is accurate because there are rumors flying around like nobody's business tonight. It's really important, I think, that we keep things factual and, because it is important just on a base level for what I do. No rumor, no speculation on my channel, but like I say, strip away who her daughter is. That's a mom and a grandma. My grandmother lived with me for the past year. She's always been a central figure in my life. And Fox, I have to tell you, man, Fox's batteries for their, they must get them at the Dollar Tree. This thing has to land every 5 minutes. But yeah, so I took care of my grandma who was 91. Just such a pillar of strength for me and one of my favorite people in the world. I just lost. And she passed away in November with her head on my chest. So I have a soft spot for our elderly because they're tough, man. They live through some stuff, they live through the Depression. And so for me, it just makes me really sad to think at 84 and everything she's lived through, here we go, we're back, that this happened to her this late in her life. It's just, I can't imagine. And I talked to my grandmother one time about, she asked me if I was ever scared when I was by myself here. And I was like, no, I have surveillance. I have a dog. I have a lot of security on my doors and windows and I have a gun. And I said, what about you? Were you scared? And she said, yeah, every night I was worried somebody would come in here. And it just made me sad, but she still loved that independence about her. And she was very proud of the fact that she lived alone after my grandfather, my pop died, for years by herself. And that was something she was very proud of. So, I've seen a lot of people question, why didn't she have a caregiver? Because that's giving up a part of who you are. And that's admitting that, it's just, I think it's a big slap in the face to your dignity if you're able to do things and you don't need 24/7 care, to allow people to be independent with close monitoring. Oh, thank you, Becky Duncan. I appreciate that. I'm just so happy to have all these new people hanging out with us. I'm glad you found me. Hope you'll stick around and subscribe. I'm still looking into where this place is, to be honest with you. There's a little bit of confusion. Alice, I'm from Greenville, South Carolina, upstate. Foothills of the Blue Ridge Mountains, Southern girl. You get me and Nancy Grace on the show together, and it is just like dueling banjos with our accent, y'all. It is a terrible world, y'all. And every case that I cover is heartbreaking in its own right, but elderly and children have a different weight because they're vulnerable, and man, it just breaks my heart. But you can see here, they're just kind of standing around. I'm not sure at what time this was. Clearly after the people were detained. I'm also looking on the Pima County Sheriff's site, but I'll tell you what, they don't have to publicly put these people's names out if they've even been arrested. I would imagine at this point they're being questioned. It's gonna be a long night. They're gonna be executing the search warrant. We don't know what they have found in that house. Was it confirmed that a white van was pulled over? Hey, Spartanburg, we're practically neighbors. You ready for spring, girl? Because 2 storms back to, they do look like little ants. Asheville, I come up to Asheville all the time. Love Asheville. Confirmed it was a white van. So there you go. Suspicious. People were reporting that in the, hey, thank you so much. Good night to you. It's late. I just made some coffee, y'all, because I'm not going to be able to sleep until I at least hear a statement, which I'm currently seeing when that comes out. I've got the Pima County Sheriff's Office on my alerts, but I'm still 50 minutes ago reporting that current law enforcement activity surrounding the home belonging to a former county attorney is not accurate. So clear that up real quick. Oh yeah, that's a great store. We go antiquing up there, and then we like to go to the art district and things like that. Do I live in Murdaugh land? About 2.5 hours away, but I was at Murdaugh's trial for 6 weeks for a Law and Crime Network. So I was down in Walterboro. Nice little quaint town. Do I know Nick Harris? I don't know that name. 2:30 p.m. in Australia. See, you're ahead of the game, Beanie. We over here sucking down coffee. It did look like a white van surrounded by police cars. No, I love Greenville, Kingsport, Tennessee. Been there, love it. Next trial, I'll be going out to Corey Richens here in just a couple of weeks. Probably not the first week, but the second week of testimony, and then I'm going to go back out in March. So I'll be live streaming that every day. And if you're new here, what I do when I'm covering a trial is I recap the day's testimony in an hour or less. So I just take out all the stuff we don't care about, kind of get down to the meat of it. Your time is precious. So I try to make it to where you can just know exactly what happened that day if you can't watch for 8 hours. When I'm on location at a trial, I can only do 1 episode, and it typically gets out pretty late, especially with the time difference out there in Utah. But when I'm home, like that first week, I'll be live streaming, and I do a morning testimony update that's about 15 to 20 minutes. And then I'll do an evening update, updating on the afternoon testimony. So that's kind of what I do here. And then I just cover cases as they unfold, like this, for example. But I'm all about truth and not rumor and speculation. It's very important because things spread really, really quickly. It's happened, girl. Hey, Christina Mack, it's happened. So 3 people in custody. We're just currently showing some past footage of a infrared drone showing the activity on that street. But we don't know any names of those that have been detained. The only thing we've heard from Pima County is there will be no press conference tonight, but they are supposed to put out a written statement at some point. And they did clarify that the house is not a former county attorney that is being circulated online. So that's the only 2 things they've cleared up. Christine Mack, I'm coming to see you, girl. I can't wait. We're gonna have our girls' weekend. I'm so excited. Watching from Alaska. My parents took a cruise to Alaska. I want to come up there and see the Northern Lights or go to Iceland. Of course, now you can see them in South Carolina every other month. My mom is 82 and runs circles around me. She's slowed a bit, has a pacemaker, but is so independent. Mama May, my Grammy was 91 when she passed, and a year before she passed away, she would have me and my mom ready to go sit down at Kohl's. She would run laps around us. Another Spartanburg girl, Sparkle City. Hello from Greenville, G Vegas. Yeah, I mean, for me too, PCB, when I never thought I'd be in my driveway seeing the Northern Lights. And here's what's crazy, y'all. So I believe in signs, right? And if you're new here, my alibis have heard a million Grammy stories and know how much I adored that woman with my heart and soul. But the night I believe we buried her, the Northern Lights were in the sky. Her favorite color was pink, and the Northern Lights were pink. And it was just like, okay, thank you. I stood in my driveway and cried like a little girl. And it was such a beautiful sign. But I never thought I would be in my driveway and see the Northern Lights. But I've done it like 3 times this year or last year now. I just want something to break. Yeah, I think we're all waiting on that something. The agony for her family. Yeah, I mean, now we got to find her. And there's just so many possibilities, you know? Yeah, 90-year-old people, 80, 90, don't count them out, man. They've lived through a lot. And just like Grammy, you know, every other month she was hit with something that should have killed her, and she was like, I have to stay alive to keep you guys straight. Oh, thank you so much. I appreciate you, United States Dell. I love everybody's usernames. Iowa here and fading fast. Yeah, this is way past my bedtime. Hot Atlanta. The Northern Lights are beautiful. I want to go where they dance off my skin. What? Mom is 82 and still teaches college? Heck yeah. See, I don't like to even say elderly. I like to say somebody who is a seasoned veteran at living life. Elderly just sounds really, old. My Grammy was hip. She had, hey, Shopaholic Mom. Glad to have you here. I'm here. Utah. Australia. You know what I heard one time, by the way, Catherine? If you say razor blades real fast, it sounds, or if you say rise up lights really fast, it sounds like razor blades. So rise up lights. It's late, y'all. My ADHD medicine has already gone out the building, so brace yourself. Grammy's 86. Love her every single day, Miss Parker. Oh, I miss her so much. Yeah, Kelly, you know, I mean, at the end of the day, the reason we are here is because there's an 84-year-old woman missing, and we're finally getting somewhere really 14 days on the East Coast in. Let's just hope there's some good news for this family, but I think resolution is what's needed. Either way, you're always hopeful, and I'm a glass half full kind of person. So I like to always have hope until law enforcement comes out and says there's none. But, you know, I always think about like when they go to sleep and they get a little bit of sleep, you know, you have that little second where you wake up and then reality hits you again. Like, this is my life. A nightmare, a living nightmare. And so, oh, Switzerland, my goodness, I'm just going to have to like hop around and Come see everybody. Today's 80-year-olds were young and hip. 20-somethings rocking in the 60s. That is exactly right. And I've seen pictures of my I have a ton of pictures of her as a young woman. And funny story I used to tell while we're just watching this. I'm still looking for updates. There are none. She lived in so she's Old South, right? Like put the milk in the creek so it doesn't spoil South Old. She lived next to this really big field that had a bull in it. And she told me a story not too long ago before she passed. She said she would put on her red dress and she would go through that gate. And she said, I would sway left and right until that bull started kicking its feet and start charging at her. And she said, I would slip right out of the gate. And I'm just like, dang, Grammy. Look at you. Let's see if any of our people on our list for Guthrie have tweeted any updates. So let's see. 22 minutes ago, Mike Ruiz, FBI agents are interviewing a man detained in a traffic stop nearby. Sources tell me it is connected to the same warrant. He has a photo here. I don't see it is a police car, and I do not see anything except a leg. But let's pause this and switch over to this. So you do see a leg. I mean, that's something, right? We'll switch over here real quick. So you can see here they've detained him, and it's the police right here, right to the middle agent's left foot. You see somebody in those might be, well, they could be Nike's white pants. That's literally all we see of this person. That's the first thing I've seen of any suspect. So he was wearing white pants when he got popped. All right, we'll go back to this feed. If I see anything else interesting, I'll let you know. Oh, wait, there is a video here. Let's show this video of them talking to whoever they detained. Oh, Culver's, that's cool, but man, that camera back. Culver's is good, y'all. Yep. So you see there. Looks like they might be taking fingerprints from him or something, taking something. We just got a Culver's right near us, y'all. Their little battered cheese curds are so good. So JLR put out the feds are towing a Range Rover. I'm just looking to see anything here. That's just some SWAT stuff. We saw the exact van leave the scene around the time the second. Let's see. Unconfirmed. So we'll keep scrolling. I don't want somebody's van to be all over the internet if it's nothing that they have. Pima County has put nothing out yet. Still forthcoming. Let's see if Brian Enton has put anything new out. Yeah, so this is kind of the time where, what is this? That we saw that, the larger SWAT. Brian hasn't posted much. Okay, well, I just wanted to show you guys that. We'll go back to watching this until something happens. Let me look at YouTube TV and make sure News Nation isn't back live. No, that was at 9:39 Mountain Time, so that was what we were watching. That was so fun. They texted me and were like, "Can you come on?" And I was like, "Oh man, you got 10 minutes." Law enforcement is at Culver's towing a Range Rover. I'm just trying. I'm talking to Troy, seeing if I can get some information here. They do look like little ants, don't they? And just think about each one. You know, they go into these situations where they're executing a search warrant, putting their life on the line, you know? Major respect. Major respect. They don't get paid enough for what they do, that's for sure. Let's hit play. You can see they're all just kind of standing around. I guess at this point, everybody's detained. And if you hear a little whoop, whoop, I'm in a WebEx where I've got my friend Troy from Blunt Force Media. Go give him a follow. Great advocate for kidnapping victims and really has some good content. So please go follow him. Really, really cool dude. Yeah. So I have a new email address, by the way. I stink at checking my inboxes, like even my text messages. So I decided to set up an email instead of inboxing. I'm going to close all those out because I don't check them and it's bad. But y'all, there's enough hours in a day, and I'm a one-woman show. I don't have producers. I don't have any help. I do the graphics, everything. So time is limited. But my email, send GG your alibi at gmail.com. I will definitely aloha from Pearl City, cold beer. My kind of person right there. Culver's is a fast food joint. Yeah, they have really good food, good burgers, good shakes. They're not towing the Range Rover yet. They just got done photographing it. Yeah, that's crazy. Yeah, same here. My emails are the same way. In fact, let me pull up and just tell you guys how many emails I have just in my. Okay, yeah, maybe I shouldn't tell you guys how many emails I haven't read. 8,780. Who knows what is laying in there? Probably 90% of it is from my long lost cousin overseas who wants to give me his inheritance. Even Grammy would be like, "Oh, it's a scammer." So she'd pick up the phone and say, "I might be old, but I'm not done." So yeah, I'm just if I don't talk, you know, I'm just looking around to bring you something new. What a ride, y'all. Man. Oh, you see there? You see that bad boy going through. Well, you know, you have to wonder, were they sitting there watching any kind of coverage of this and just sat at home? Or were they totally oblivious? Were they not watching coverage? And then bam. You know, just a reminder, we haven't heard of any like arrests. We've heard detained, right? Oh, 1900 unread texts. Hey, Christina Mack. You might have one for me in there. Okay, so I don't feel too bad now. Y'all got me at like 50,000. Tina, you win. Yeah, this is just crazy, and I hope to gosh we don't have anything near like this forever. I'm okay with covering trials. I just the anticipation of her health and safety, you know, it just it's almost like you feel like you get to know these victims as you follow their cases. At least I do. And I've had the pleasure of, you know, feeling like, you know, learning the stories about JJ and Tylee. That was the story this podcast was launched on. And absolutely love Kay and Larry. They're just salt of the earth people. And, you know, you get to know the family members and then you hear the stories and it brings these victims to life. Because what I hate sometimes is the victims really get caught up and lost in the hoopla surrounding the case. Like the au pair murder, as I called it, the Brendan Banfield trial. You almost felt like Christine and Joe got lost in it because of them two knuckleheads. And we just see it a lot. And I just, you know, we got to keep the focus on these victims. But we have some big trials coming up this year. We have Corey Richards. We have the OnlyFans trial, Barry Morphew. I'm not sure. I hope that one's live streamed, but they're not allowing much in that case right now. we'll see. But Corey Richens, again, will be streaming on my channel every day. Justice for Eric. Flyer, that's a really good point because they do jobs that most of us would not want to do. I used to work in a morgue. I was on the donor team, so I would go take corneas for transplant. And I've seen I have heard the families screaming when they have to come identify a body. But these investigators walk into the most horrific scenes we could never imagine, from babies up to elderly. And they have to go home at night. And I guarantee you 9 times out of 10, it's not a switch you turn off. These things can stay with them for the rest of their life. And then you think about the jurors that are given this job of being plucked from their everyday life, clearly not going into any kind of forensics work or any kind of job that would show them this kind of stuff. And then they have to sit and look at crime scene photos of children, of teenagers, of adults, of elderly in very bad shape. And then after the trial, they go home. And I've talked to a lot of jurors, from Jodi Arias to Lori Daybell, and it sticks with them. And that's one thing we forget about too, is they're doing their civic duty, but man, we're putting a burden on them. And some of these things, I can tell you right now, working in a morgue, the photos of JJ and Tylee really stuck with me. And I think part of that is because I had covered that case for so long. I had gotten to the family, and these are kids, but like I was literally, not many people know this. I'm not ashamed of it, but I was 30 seconds away from going on Cuomo outside the courthouse, and I just got sick. The day was so heavy. And so poor Shanley Painter, she used to be with Court TV. She's with Fox News now. I was like, Shanley, move, girl. So I went in the corner. I was like literally looking up to see if a security camera was going to get me. Oh, thank you so much, Sandy. I'm going to be here until we know a little more. It's Saturday. I can sleep in. So, thank you so much. I appreciate it. But so I had, my camera guy was, such a good dude. I've had the best camera guys from Murdaugh to Daybell. I just handed him my mic and I said, tell him I can't. And he was like, y'all, she just got sick. It's been a hard day. But even for me that worked in a morgue, some of these things are just so traumatic to see in person. And not only that, but the weight of the room, you can feel it when you're in there. The family, sometimes they're looking down. You see them sobbing. It's just so different in person. It's, to see it. I'll never forget Travis Alexander when they showed his autopsy photos. And the first time that I walked into Jodi Arias' courtroom, it was so bizarre. And this is something that's never changed for me, is going in these courtrooms and seeing the people in person that you've covered, but also are accused of these really violent crimes. And it's just very surreal to make eye contact with them. They smile at you, you're just like, okay, what do I do? I was taken aback at how tiny Jodi Arias was. And I saw Travis's autopsy and crime scene photos on the big screen. And it was just a good reminder that jealousy and rage can almost give you superhuman strength. It is such a powerful emotion that when you can't regulate it or you allow it to consume you, it's scary what you're able to do. And that was a big example for me. And then I was in the some of the Colorado theater shooter trial, James Holmes. It's just that one was really bizarre because you're seeing crime scene photos in a movie theater where we've all been. And you see a 6-year-old laying there, and it's such a reminder of the evil in this world that somebody could choose to go in there and do that, But going in a courtroom, looking these defendants in the eyes, it is, with James Holmes, I've told this story before, but I sat right behind him for a couple of days. And when the jury was in there, he really just kind of just sat there sort of like he was on another planet. But as soon as they left, he would stand up, stretch, turn around, see who was there. And he would make eye contact with me. And it would send a chill up my spine knowing what he did. You know, it's just like you feel evil. I'd never really felt evil until then. To come eye to eye with somebody who, you know, killed people who were just watching a Batman movie. You know, it's a whole other conversation, but the mental health resources in this country are lacking on a basic community level. And it's a good reminder too to just be observant of people in general and you know, make eye contact when you pass a stranger. And if you're running, for God's sakes, don't put your AirPods in. Unfortunately, we live in that kind of world. You have to think ahead. You have to think about what could happen to me if I go on this run. How can I make myself safer? You know, you have to have real conversations with your kids too. My kids have definitely been told, you know, what the world's like, because I don't want them to go into it when they're adults with this skewed perception that everybody's good and great. It's just not reality. Thank you so much. I will check that email right now. You know what's funny, y'all? I never really do lives, but I actually really enjoy this. Thank you so much for the emails. I have a few in here. Just looking at these real quick, y'all. Oh, I got a segment from Jesse Weber. I'll upload that. But you guys, nice. Okay, thank you so much for that.
Landing.
And it does make perfect sense. And I'm going to pop this in our WebEx so we can get some. Oh, we're coming down, sugar. Okay. Drone is done. All right, let's go to our X Pro feed. Everything right now is a repeat. So there's not much new coming out. So now at this point, we're just kind of left to monitoring Twitter for the moment. I am currently going through YouTube TV. My dogs are looking at me like, woman, it's past our bedtime. Don't see any new updates, y'all. Okay, here we go. New posture and public statement. Here is the newest statement. Law enforcement activity is underway at a residence near East Orange Grove Road and North First Avenue related to the Guthrie case. Because this is a joint investigation at the request of the FBI, no information is currently available. And yeah, we want to know, of course, but we also want this to be right. You know, if this ends up in an arrest and a prosecution, you know, we want to make sure they do it right. And yeah, you know, I always say our desire to know is not more important than the integrity of the investigation. But I would love to know more. So interesting, 2 males plus one of their moms. That might have just been one of those things where, you know, mom was in the house, like you guys said. So JLR's feed is at the roadblock. I kind of almost feel like at this point we might not hear anything new tonight. If you guys want to hang, I can hang a little longer. For sure. I mean, I just drank coffee, y'all. That might have been a bad choice at 1:55. I'm just looking at a map here, guys. Yeah, so let's go to X Pro and see if we have I'm scared to go right because I have like keyword Guthrie. But you get knuckleheads that post spam that, will make a sailor blush if you saw those photos. Oh, I just saw something. What is this? A Shadow Hills resident tells News 4 Tucson that she witnessed 3 people being detained. She said another person, well, I mean, they're saying that somebody did something to themselves. Let's go to KOVA. So mainstream media, local media putting this out there. So I'm cool with putting this out. So let's read this article from the neighbor. Unverified, of course, but if you have a local Tucson station putting it out, I'm very comfortable reading that. So let's read, y'all. A Shadow Hills resident tells News 4 Tucson that she witnessed 3 people being detained during a SWAT operation on Friday night. According to an unconfirmed report by a neighbor, another person hurt himself in the head. I can't say the word. YouTube's picky about it. If I lose my YouTube channel, I'll lose my job. I'll just say that. So I have to be really careful. This comes after a SWAT situation occurred in the Shadow Hills neighborhood on February 13th. And an ad. Ironically, look, y'all, ad for a Range Rover as they are towing one, apparently. The Pima County Sheriff's Department, or let's see here. This comes after a SWAT situation occurred in the Shadow Hills neighborhood on February 13th. A man and a woman were detained at the house, and a third person detained in a traffic stop, according to sources close to the investigation. The Pima County Sheriff's Department said the SWAT operation was in connection with the Nancy Guthrie investigation. A Pima County Sheriff's Department vehicle was seen blocking the roadway at East Placida de Gracila. Y'all, I butcher names, peoples, and streets, sorry. And East Camino de Michael. Details are limited, and a statement is expected to come soon. We have that statement, which is, this is related, and that's it. The FBI's Operational Technology Division recently released a description of the subject seen in the doorbell camera in front of Nancy's home. 5'9", 5'10", average build. We know what he was wearing. The Ozark Trail hiker backpack. He was seen with a ski mask, gloves, black and white surveillance footage. So they are, that's the thing too. You think about this now. They're going to have a whole new area from businesses on main roads to residences to canvas to get security footage. Hopefully that hasn't been overwritten. This investigation's just really started, y'all. Until we know the status of Mrs. Nancy, this part of it isn't over. But we have a whole other area now that is going to be days, weeks investigating all this stuff. And then if there is an arrest, we've got a lot of court hearings. And the thing is this, if the FBI never officially took over, that means that this would be a Tucson case. So it wouldn't be federal. With federal court, no photos, no video, no live streaming. People can sometimes live tweet from in there, but it's a whole different thing. I can't cover a trial if it's federal because I can't be there and verify it. And I don't want to use other people's work to get my episode. So if there is an arrest and ultimately a prosecution, hopefully it would be in the state's hands. I'm not sure if the ransom letters are connected. Does that turn it into a federal case? I'm not sure. I'm gonna text Josh Ritter tomorrow. He's very smart and he would be happy to give me some insight. So they're just saying they have a tip line going and all that. So, but you see here, you just see the big crowd of people. I mean, I imagine. And that's probably mostly media. Arizona Intel, they're reporting the same thing. Did anybody hear anything about a large, ambulance presence at that traffic stop? What YouTuber? Let me go back up and read this comment. Thank you so much, Miss Chaos. Sounds kind of like me right now for coffee. Just wanted to say thank you for your great coverage of all cases. Prayers for Nancy. I second that, Miss Chaos. Um, I'm scrolling up. There is another channel. Okay, I see what you're saying. Right? Yeah, all speculation. Oh, thank you, non-rev life. I appreciate that. I have. You know what's weird, y'all? I can hop on News Nation and be fine. But if I'm live, I'm nervous. I'm not nervous right now, but I always get really nervous before I go live. But doing this is kind of my jam, but it's not always going to be breaking news that constantly has updates. But I want to do more lives. I want to interact. Ray Hermosillo, I owe him another live. Me and him have a blast. And I told him we would get one done. So maybe I'll get Ray on here and we'll just chew the fat. And, too, talk about what it's like being an investigator in such a high profile case that's unsolved. Maybe I'll do that. I'm gonna reach out to Ray tomorrow. That would be fun. Good night, Tina. Um, yeah, yeah, unconfirmed. Yeah, and I appreciate when people say unconfirmed. Oh, thank you so much, non-rev. Yeah, I think I'm gonna call Ray Hermosillo and see if he wants to come on because it's very relevant. That case went on for months and months before we found the kids, and um, I think you can give a lot of insight into the pressure. And he and I have talked about it, but that would be a good live. Maybe I'll see if I can get him to come on this week. Yeah, so in our Patreon, we do this every week. It's not always on Sunday. My Patreons can tell you my life is quite chaotic sometimes, but they're very understanding. But once a week we do a live. I'm gonna do a live for YouTube members starting later this month, once a month for the YouTube members, and Patreon, we do it weekly. I don't put stories or documents or any exclusive news behind a paywall, but a lot of people just kind of wanted to put a community together where we have a little private chat board and we do our lives and things like that, and the episodes are ad free. But it took a long time because I'm just not going to put anything that should be publicly available to where you have to pay to see it. I don't know. It's just not how I roll. So yeah, again, thank you for that email. That makes a lot of sense. We've been looking at some stuff. A bite light. Yeah, somebody sent me a bite light picture. Yeah, that makes sense. Um, see if I can show this tab. Um, I was looking actually, if you look right here, these are called a bite light. That's pretty funny, bite me. But it almost looked like a round by the way his mouth was, but man, I want a bite light now. But I would think maybe like to see this bite light here, it's just like a flashlight looking thing to where that little easier on the teeth. Be my luck, I'd chip a tooth. Then I like that dude in Dumb and Dumber with a chipped tooth. Let's see. Yeah, so the other thing too is this person that was detained. You think about it, they've been watching these people. This was not um this was not something that came about in an hour. I would venture a guess that they've probably been watching this house and these people for a few days. Um, you know, but it was a tip, yeah? I think I remember hearing that this was a tip. Um, so still not really anything live. Um, we're just kind of left with Twitter and conversation. Um, but East Orange Grove, let's look at this crossroad. Let's go on a Google map trip. I do have okay, so I mean, this doesn't really it's probably gonna be like So this is the main intersection where this is taking place. And I mean, we're hearing that this is 2 miles from Nancy's home. You know, I didn't think that we were gonna have her in Colorado or anywhere like that, because here's the thing. You are traveling long distances with a woman who has been violently abducted, likely injured, traumatized. You're risking getting pulled over by a cop if you're speeding. Hey, excited utterance, good to see ya. I sent a pin light. Yeah. Okay, thank you, Andy. I just didn't think this was gonna be something where, the kidnapper took her out of town or even out of state. Can you imagine if the perp woulda got pulled over with her in the car? I mean, game over, right? So I just felt like this was gonna be something way more local than we realize, and maybe this isn't the house, but, I mean, we have 3 people detained right now, so this is not a drill. 12:06 in Arizona. I had no idea bite lights were a thing. I just throw on my headlamp. 'Cause if you're new here, thank you, Betty Black. I appreciate you. If you're new here, my parents live 2 houses up. My brother and his wife and my little adopted well, I don't even gonna say adopted. My little nephew live across the street. My nephew and his wife and their 2 kids, my great niece and great nephew, live up the street 3 houses up. We just took over the block. So I go up to my mom and dad's or across the street a lot. I just throw them a little headlamp so I don't get hit by a car. It's also nice because yesterday my folks saw I was live and they came down and got on the microphone and people were like, they can just stand talk because they're so Southern. And a lot of the alibars know my parents because they've met them at CrimeCon. But I tell you what, I love this community, and I can't believe how close we are to 100,000, guys. It's taken 6 years. We are 94,842. That blows my mind. And what I love is that my people find me. I don't care to go viral. I really don't. Oh, we got a new video. Listen here. Graphic. FBI taking photos of that Range Rover. Right there. I have to say, yeah, from this angle, I don't see anything that would indicate anything really violent in that car. Can you imagine the people in this neighborhood right now? Okay, we have the other neighborhood, and they're like, thank God it wasn't here. But we're going to learn a lot. These neighbors are going to know these people most likely, or at least some of them. Going to be curious to see what surveillance shows. If we get a photo of a suspect by tomorrow, is it going to be like, that's the guy? I don't see this being, yeah, we're sorry. We got to let you go. 7 seconds ago. Is there anybody over at Nancy Guthrie's? Probably not. I'm sure all the media is over here. That might be the quietest that street's been, and those neighbors can get some rest. Let's hop over to TMZ just because, they do break the stuff. Let's switch over to here. We just hopping around the internet. Biggest break yet. I would tend to agree. Okay, so Brian Enton, whose crew got the video of cops walking out with a man and a woman. They might not have posted that, did they? I'm happy to play it if News Nation posted it, but just 2 miles away, that blows my mind. Let's watch this. I haven't seen this. Oh, I do. But my knees are like, you ain't a little kid no more. Sorry, I'm trying to mute out this this commercial. So let's see what they got here. Okay, this is just some older. Yeah, welcome in. We don't do fake news here either. We're not reporting on anything as far as a suspect name until law enforcement does, or one of the verified news outlets that are trustworthy and mainstream, just to protect people that might be innocent or just caught up, being in the wrong place at the wrong time. I don't see that happening here. I can't scroll down. What the heck? Anyways, no confrontation at the house. Doors were not broken down, and the two people appeared to voluntarily surrender. Why can I not? I'm gonna have to refresh this browser, y'all. I'd like to see this. Okay, so that was the end of it. I mean, look, when you've got that many of the popo outside your door, I don't think you would, it wouldn't be smart to fight. Poor James Vanderbeek, y'all. I have to say that dude was something else. He bless his heart. And those 6 babies. Just seeing what we got here. Stuff like this, don't click on it. It is probably going to put a big old virus. It's clickbait, bad news, y'all. Let's see what's going on here. Authorities were seen opening the back of a Range Rover and sheet to cover something inside. No confirmation yet on what was found. Yeah, I'm not. That would be really stupid. Let's see if we can find anything else on that. And that very well could be that unconfirmed report that we've been seeing posted by, some news outlets have. So that could be why that sheet is there, and not necessarily for the reason that, we might assume. See, people are tagging me. Yeah, I saw that. All right, let's go over to YouTube and see what we can find. Y'all like the late night crew. My grandma used to say nothing good ever happens after midnight. All right, let's see what's going on. Oh, that's me. Okay, we're gonna watch this video. Fox News or Fox 10 Phoenix actually got some pretty good footage of this car. I don't think it has any audio. Yeah, I should be sleeping too. Oh, watching at Lake Hartwell. I love Hartwell. I want to rent a pontoon. I'm in Greenville, by the way, Lake Dog. So we practically neighbors. Disagree with Gravy. Nothing good happens after midnight. All the best stuff happens after midnight. So yeah, you see there, that's the Range Rover. Not hearing anything really confirmed about a white van. But yeah, you see it there. Some in the back for sure that they don't want people to see. This is actually live. Okay, so let's Let's stick with this for a minute. In the live stream right here with the Range Rover. There's always a white van. Excited, I was raised to totally fear white vans and razor blades, rise up lights in my Halloween candy. 80s kids, y'all, we were not raised to be weaklings. Every case has a white van at a Walmart. It's really almost true. That's where Angela Wagner bought the shoes that her husband and her sons wore when they went and killed 8 people in one night. And the thing is this, you can bet they have canvassed every Walmart within a few 100-mile radius to see, I need a list of every purchase of this backpack from this date to this date. Okay. And further, I need a purchase history for the backpack and possibly this jacket, because a lot of online sleuths have found that Walmart sells a jacket really that looks just like this, and not one of the more popular theories that was floating around. We just don't know what they've seen so far, but all that's going to be, eventually it will come out. I think tomorrow, once the dust settles from tonight, we don't know. First person that fesses up to something, they're likely to get the deal. And I think in a case like this, where we still have a missing 84-year-old woman, they're probably going to encourage one of these people. Hey, look, if you were not directly involved or you didn't put your hand on Nancy, you might want to work with us and tell us what you know, so that you don't go to prison, or you might have a chance for parole. Who knows? But with that many people, and there could be more arrests to come, we just don't know. Somebody would do well to be the first to talk. And that's where you're going to get your answers. Just like the Brendan Banfield trial, excuse me, Juliana Magalese was not likable, the au pair, but her story lined up with the evidence. And it was really the only way they got Brendan Banfield. And that was said at sentencing today. So the best case scenario would be somebody who is detained, scared enough to tell what they know to give those answers. And I think tomorrow we're going to have a lot more solid answers than we have at 2:18 a.m. East Coast, Greenville, South Carolina time. Oh yeah, Miss Parker, Joel Guy Jr. Oh yeah. Oh girl, you gonna give me nightmares, or like break of dawn mares, because I'm not going to bed tonight. Yeah, and the thing is this, the husband 3, are you talking about in the Range Rover? Possibly, yeah. We'll see. I mean, if they're gonna keep this live feed, we'll see if the medical examiner comes out. That's as long as they're within the parameter or outside of the parameter. Yeah, it's a good point though. I'm surprised they're that close. But it is a public parking lot, so. But I can tell you this, anybody that has a car in that parking lot, gonna be calling an Uber. Betty, so far that has not been at all confirmed. The only car we know of right now is this gray looking Range Rover right there in the center. So the white van we've heard nothing about. Now we do know he was a Crete. I was just starting to doze off and I'm wide awake. Beautiful. You and me both. I wasn't about to doze off, but like Katy Perry, I'm wide awake. My mom, is it Lee from Tennessee? Lee from Tennessee. My mom said the same thing, that like ever since she saw that porch video, it's just given her like a weird feeling. And I think it's just the reminder that we're all like at the mercy of crazy people. And I don't want to say crazy people, I mean evil people. This is evilness right here. This is for whatever reason. But and I said this last night on the live. I don't know that I would want to know, but how many times have we almost been a victim? You know what I'm saying? Like, we could have been walking to our car from the mall, or to our car from to Target. You know what I'm saying? It's just like, how many times have we almost been a victim? That is a terrifying thought. And I would venture a guess that maybe more than we would like to know about. Yeah, I don't think I don't see it, to be honest, y'all. That's it doesn't make sense. I don't think we've heard anything about a medical examiner's van being seen there. I certainly haven't heard it. I think it would have been tweeted out by the people that are on scene. So, could that be encouraging? Of course, that still gives hope. So, look, if somebody literally like kidnapped me, they would bring me back in 5 minutes. I would annoy them. What? Oh my goodness, teaspoon of Splenda. Clifford Olson, the beast of British Columbia, killed my babysitter and tried to take my sister. Holy moly. That is horrific. I'm so sorry. Sandy, I got my revolver, and I will turn into Annie Oakley if somebody comes in my house. If my dog won't get you first, or my cameras, or also the locks I have on my doors that was recommended to me by law enforcement that they cannot get through with a battering ram. And I also have a thing that props up to get my door and my windows have. I'm telling you, I'm paranoid since I started doing this. But you can never be too safe. I don't like to go out at night now. And you see people just walking down the road. So there's not a huge parameter around that right now. Parameter. It's one of those words. Yeah, there are a lot of white vans. You have a lot of people doing landscaping, that use white vans, and tons of businesses use white vans. So, yeah, can you imagine? You have to wonder, they haven't said a sign of forced entry. However, the front door, I mean, it's been videoed up close and it doesn't look like anything was broken. So if she would to have come to the door, because you see in that very first video, what are we looking at here? Okay, I was like, what is that, y'all? He looks like he's balled up his fist to kind of knock with with it balled up. And then that's when he notices the camera. So I just, you have to wonder, did he just knock on the door and she come? Is this somebody that had like a duplicate key made? I just don't know. I feel like that person on the front porch was the one that maybe was promised some payment just to go grab her. Not sophisticated at all. Not efficient. But efficient enough. I'm just saying that when that popped up, when he saw that there was a camera, he was very disoriented for a minute. So this is somebody who didn't think of everything. And you would think in this day and age, a ring cam, let's look, make sure there's not one if you're casing the house. But was internet services being updated the night of the abduction? Not sure, Miss Betty. Is that a backpack on the bed? It could be one of the, it could be law enforcement. It could be evidence. We don't know. That's a really, really good eye there. No, that is a camera. It looks like a camera bag. So I was going to say, he's touching it without gloves. That can't, if that's the backpack, that's not good. But hopefully, right now at this very moment, investigators are starting to get some answers to a lot of questions they have, and we all do. Is this Nancy Grace speaking? No, it's me. I'm Gigi. I'm from Greenville, but I am Southern. And I was just talking about how you get me and Nancy on our show, and we sound like dueling banjos. Yeah, I just can't imagine, when that video came out of the front porch, it was just so horrific and traumatizing for me, somebody who did not know this woman, but thinking about what she saw. Because at some point she saw that person. And it is just so creepy. Let's see here. I'm going to scroll up and read some comments. Mad Marsha, as far as I know, this is live. Yes. My dog is a sweetheart, but he sounds scary. I'm so grateful he's vigilant about weird unknown noises. Mine too. Later today. Yeah, thanks, Susan. Thanks for the reminder. I'm going to have to make sure I've got alerts set. Let me send this to my buddy. All right, here we go. I'm not sure if Troy's watching. Okay, I'm going to step away for a second. I will be right back, y'all. I'm back in the saddle. In other news, there's a chance I'm going to need braces because my teeth have shifted as I've gotten older. Y'all, I'm going to be metal mouth at like 48. I'm going to get like neon colored. Thank you so much. All right. I'm going to say Masha because that name, I'm going to butcher it. Appreciate you. And somebody else. Oh, you did it twice. You're awesome. I appreciate you so much. Yeah, so if you're a member on here, we're going to start doing some lives. This is what we do on Patreon lives. We go for about an hour and a half once a week, and we just take little internet trips. We talk about everything under the sun. The Range Rover is connected. It even says that when you Google. Yeah, I think they're definitely going to tow that baby. Yeah, Chelsea, I'm kind of hoping I can do the Invisalign, but I think I'm going to need braces. This situation is insane. Sandy, thank you so much, Donna Bowen. Appreciate you. I love what I do. I really do. I get to work from home in my PJs all the time. I mean, come on. We haven't heard anything about who these suspects are. I don't know that we'll get names tonight. Just answering some text messages from some people. I got a random text from Kay Woodcock, and she's like, I'm sitting here watching TV, and there you are. Oh, wow. After, that's a lot. Happy Valentine's Day, Flyer. Yes, prayers for all. Kay's doing well. They're doing really, really good. I love me some Kay and Larry. They're just good people. Salt of the earth. Kresha. I love Todd. JJ's bio dad. Just a great guy. Good family. Woke up in the UK. Can I give you a brief update, please? Well, Claire, you've missed a lot. So earlier, there was a lot of chatter that maybe something was going to go down with SWAT. They started staging, and they staged for a while, so probably getting a warrant. And they descended on a neighborhood, took a man and a woman from a house. It looked to be like a mother and a son age, at least. Thank you, Googie. Oh, thank you. I appreciate that. You really conducted yourself with the highest regard for those involved. Thank you for being a great example of how it should always be done. That means so much to me. I really appreciate that. God bless, and looking forward to a new year with you. We chase injustice all year, all aboard the justice bus. So Brian Enton was the only person on scene, so he kind of was keeping us updated with what was happening in real time. They eventually pushed him back. Then there was a traffic stop that was related to these two being detained. Why is my cat throwing stuff off the table? What are you doing? Oh my gosh, feral. So it looked to be, Brian Enton described it as a mother and son, kind of that age gap there. There's your tow truck going to the impound lot, or probably right into the bay. So there's 3 people currently detained, and that's pretty much all we know. Unfortunately, there's no word on Nancy. I do not think she was in that house, and I do not think she was in that car. So 3 detained and 4th in a vehicle. Okay, that's per Fox News. Okay, so maybe there is, some validation, but you would think, in this Range Rover, is that what you're saying? Cat being a cat, I know. I bought some crystal spheres because I just love crystals. It just amazes me those come from the earth. I just love it. I'm a big hippie. Misplaced hippie, but I was raised by literally on my other screen, I have News Nation up and I turn and there I am. They're replaying when I was on. And so it's 3 a.m. and I have them on these nice little stands on this table in my living room, and I hear boom. And by the second one, oh, look, that tag's covered up. Look at that. Yep. Because they knew them Faro scanners got them. Not the Faro scanner, the flock cameras, the license plate readers. There we go. Three times it took me to get that out. So yeah, that's kind of all we know. 3 people are detained. There's a question of whether there was a 4th person in the vehicle. Fox News is saying there was. And that's really kind of all we know, but no word on Nancy. I think the important thing is that we did not hear of the medical examiner going to this place where they detain these people. And apparently it came from a tip, is what I remember reading. If I'm wrong, please let me know. Googie, I just want to thank you for those kind words, really. It means a lot to me. It's very kind of you. The night drone on Fox News was interesting. It is, it just, they let little ants down there, but it showed you the presence. I mean, they had a lot. I wouldn't, if we get bored enough, we can back and try to count, but there's probably 30 cops out there plus. Yeah, can you imagine opening the door to that? It's nightmare stuff. That's like worse than any horror movie I've ever seen, to be honest. And like the scariest movie I ever watched was Mommy Dearest, because it was so foreign to me because my mom is like an angel on earth. But Michael Ruiz said it was a tip on his ex. Then I'll run with that because he is a good one. Yeah, there's no way. Number one, we would see a much heavier presence than what we are now if that were the case. Would you look at that? Photos of the car being taken by police. See that? Norfolk County. That's what an investigation looks like. Let's run over to I'm gonna leave this feed up. I'm gonna run over to TMZ and see if they post anything new. I just saw something in chat. Oh, and by the way, you were asking about updates because you just woke up. This residence only 2 miles from Nancy Guthrie's house. 2 miles. So, that might not be where anything happened, but that's where our detainees are at. So, very interesting. Now, what's the connection? That's going to be the question. That's what I want answered. Obviously, I want to know where Nancy is. Either way. So I don't see anything on TMZ. Let me double check on X and see if they posted anything. You see something. There is so much flying around on Twitter that I would love to talk about, but just can't. So I do have, let's see here. I'm just looking at some stuff right now, y'all. I'm going to look at something. I'm going to mute real quick. I'm going to join this I'm going to join this WebEx and ask a couple of questions. I will be back with maybe some answers. We'll see. Okay, I'm back, y'all. I was just checking in to see what my buddy Troy had found. So we're just doing a little research behind the scenes of some names and stuff. Nancy owns a Subaru, Agatha. That's correct. It's like a dark blue, and they towed that earlier in the week. Yep. Mount Mama. I have to say, Tucson has a problem with people coming up on your property. We've seen, in addition to Nancy's video from her porch, we've seen 2 other people that seem suspicious because they were on people's property. Yeah. But I love Tucson, you know. Okay. We just do our little sleuthing here. It's really cool. We just are able to exchange information. So back and forth. So while I'm doing this, he's like doing background checks and stuff. Yeah, I think we all feel like we need her to be okay. Thanks, Audra. Kind of floating in and out. I just wanted to check in with Troy to see what he was finding. Yeah, she has to be somewhere, but where? That is the question on all of our minds tonight and weighing heavy on our hearts. No, Nancy had a Subaru. Yep. Yep, that Range Rover sealed up. That thing will be undergoing forensic testing, Blue Star, looking for any evidence of blood cleanup, fibers, hairs, fingerprints. It's going to be a process. Dude's first day on the job. What a hot mess. Bless. Hey, good to have you here. Repent, follow Jesus. I appreciate you. Thanks for being here. Welcome aboard the crazy train. The car actually, if you look, they did a zoom in on that PKP, and it looks like it had the license plate covered up. To me, it looked like a folded piece of paper over it. See, they're showing it right now. Yeah, it's just like a legal pad piece of paper folded in half. What a moron. I mean, like, they're probably not going to look super close at your license plate, but they're going to look if you have it covered up with a legal pad paper. Let's see. I'm gonna put a picture out on X of this car being towed. I get so involved in here, I forget to post. That would be where the 3rd person was detained. Yeah, you think about it, a lot of people across the pond are, they had a good night's sleep and they're just waking up going, what has happened? Let's see here. What time is it? It is almost 3 a.m. Yeah, we might be eating breakfast together. Thanks to everybody. Also, I saw some buy me a coffees. I appreciate you guys so much. Helps to offset the cost, I have a lot of subscriptions to do this, to do what I do. And I always put it towards that and put a little bit in an emergency computer fund because mine is starting to act a little sick. News Nation is just repeating. They go off the air. They've always repeated. Great coverage tonight, though. I mean, I have to say, they brought it, y'all. And Brian Enton, you know, hardest working guy in the business right there. He's never home. Sitting here looking at him. He looks tired, even in the earlier shot. I think what's really cool about Brian is he's very victim focused and he has this amazing ability to connect with pretty much anybody. And people trust Brian, and he also values their trust. Let me see here. Looking for any new updates other than the car being towed. If I get quiet, you know, I'm just working. There it goes. Well, I tell you what, man. Can you imagine what this family's going through right now? That they may know a little more than we do at this point, but my goodness, y'all. Oh, wrong thing. So they'll clear that scene. And I think, you know, we're probably going to get pretty quiet after this, to be honest with y'all. But it's like one of those nights where I really don't want to end my live, because any news that comes out, anything from on the ground, you know, I'm going to be like, okay, talk. Let's get it out there. But it's hard. Just if you're online, just take things with a grain of salt, y'all. There were 50 pictures of different Carloses online the night that person of interest was detained and let go. And we saw how that ended. So I wonder, do you guys know if the Range Rover was pulled over? Someone tried to steal my brand new Dodge Ram quad cab on my first day in Tucson. They left the ignition laying in my seat, so they must have got spooked. I tell you, I've had somebody go through my car, and it is the most weird feeling to know that a stranger was in my stuff. And I think it's just that you feel violated. And that's minor. I mean, I wasn't hurt. We don't know the connection with this Rover just yet. I'm trying to find out. Hey, new subscriber, Cool Cat. West of Edmonton. Well, good to have you here, Cool Cat. I like your Pink Panther profile picture there. They're towing it. Yep, as you saw, they just towed that. So definitely involved in this investigation. The house, the photos I showed, this is a good reminder to me. Thank you so much, Chris Holston. I appreciate you. That was not the right house. I do know now the exact house, and I've been trying to look up who lives there, but right now it's not making a lot of sense. The real Tanya, thank you. Cute puppy in that picture. I got two snoring right here at my feet. Every now and then they look up at me and are like, do you not know what time it is? They're, yeah, we'll see. We'll see what's in that Rover. I do feel like if by chance there was somebody's, a body in that, I don't I don't think they would move it. I think they would maybe even set up a tent, but I don't think you would move it because something could change in transport. It could roll around. You know what I'm saying? So I just don't. We'll see. We'll see what happens tomorrow. Today we'll know so much more. I think. Just going through and seeing if there's anything new. Pretty darn quiet on here. Let's go on YouTube and see what's happening over there. See if they're doing live. Oh, Jolene's live. Jolene Lunzer. She is so funny, y'all. Go subscribe to her. She cracks me up. In fact, I'm gonna pop in chat and say hey. Goodness, y'all. What a night. I love Jolene. Oh, Excited's in this chat. She is a comedian, y'all, and she does commentary for stuff. Go check her out, Jolene Lunzer. She's live right now too. Now I want Culver's. Very nice hair, yep. Sub up to Jolene Lunzer. She's killing it with the humor. Headed back to my live. Oh boy, Jolene, she get my kind of humor. Let me say bye, y'all. So apparently JLR is walking around the neighborhood. Nope, he's back in the car. Might be calling it a night. Yeah, so I think this is where we get pretty darn quiet, y'all. As you can see, nobody's really updated for a few hours. But I feel like if I go to bed, I'm just gonna be grabbing my phone and checking to see if there's any updates, even though I know we're probably not gonna get any tonight. JLR showing still very active scene, blocked off still. Let me see what's going on in WebEx. Let's see here. Now I'm singing Jolene by Dolly Parton in my head. If you're new here, I love music. I used to do a music fact before we talked about sad stuff. It's just my happy place. If I could be an 80s, 70s, and 80s DJ, that would be amazing. Yeah, that was I kind of thought the same thing, but if you let me Let me see if I can find this photo. It's definitely a legal pad that's bent in half to cover that license plate. I don't know if law enforcement might have done that so that people aren't taking photos of it or putting it live on the news. That very well could be the case. Welcome aboard, Tara. Tara Henderson, 4340. Appreciate you. Appreciate you so much. I'm scrolling down the comments. So yeah, we'll stay on a little bit longer and just see if we. Yeah, Georgia Peach says none of this makes sense to me. Yeah, I know. Right now it doesn't. Yeah, and I agree. She was not in that car, and I don't think she was in that house either. So where's Nancy? Yes, welcome and thank you to all the new subscribers. This might be the biggest single day of growth I've ever had. I've been doing this nearly 6 years. And I'm now less than 5,000 away from 100,000. And, if I get there, that is awesome. It's not like, yeah, I'd be lying if I said, that's not a goal of mine. But man, it's crazy to think that many people actually want to listen to me talk, right? That talks too much in class that I always got on my report cards. Joke's on you. People like to hear me talk. I'm teasing. I loved all my teachers. I had really good teachers. Let's see here. Yeah, I just don't think they would transport that car with an unsecured body in it to be rolling around, rubbing off evidence. So for me, I'll be really surprised if that is true. Because as of right now, we have one neighbor who said it, to my knowledge. Because you think about it, you saw the angle that tow truck was at, that would move everywhere. But stranger things have happened in this case, right? So, okay, I got you. Noriki? Noriki. Oh my gosh. Okay, so here are the facts that we know that we can confirm. SWAT operation tonight at a house. 2 people were brought out, detained. Brian Enton described it as a mother and a son. A 3rd person was detained during a traffic stop that was related to this, and we just watched a Range Rover get towed away. All this related to Nancy Guthrie confirmed. And honestly, that's kind of all we know. We have heard no updates about Nancy Guthrie. Hopefully, the people they have in custody, 1 of 3, will say something. Especially somebody who may not be involved, that might know some things, but may not be directly involved. That's going to be, or somebody who is involved because I'm going to tell you right now, they will try to make it sound very lucrative for them to spill the beans. And if they can prove this person had nothing to do with the kidnapping or whatever, but they knew about it, they could probably strike a little deal or just say, look, we'll look out for you in court. So let's hope that's the case so we can get some answers about Nancy, and then all the other details will come out in due time. Evidence-wise, I don't think a lot will come out. They're probably going to keep a lot of that close to the vest just to protect, the investigation and any future prosecution. But, eventually I hope we get a probable cause affidavit if these people are arrested and charged. That usually has a little bit of information that we didn't know. It essentially tells how they came to these suspects and what they found that warranted their arrest. So here actually is the video of, I'm going to switch over here, right here. There is a video here. So talking about taking out some kind of equipment. Interesting. What kind of equipment? Are we talking about like Starlinks or computers or whatever? We'll see. I'm just telling you guys with if we go to my X feed right now, let's go right here. There is no way they would transport that car if there were a human being in that back seat. Because you would see the coroner come, you would see that car would still be there and probably would be half the night. You would have to take photos as it was found. I just don't see it. There's no way that, because if there were a person in that car, I mean, right here, they would be rolled to the front, or at least if there's a stopper right there. So I just don't see it, but we'll see. Be careful on clicking links that say new video uncovered from Nancy Guthrie's. That is going to eat your computer up with some cooties, and you don't want that. Don't fall victim. I'm just looking to see if there's any updates, y'all. See what my WebEx family's doing. It's just been such a long, crazy day, y'all. Look at where we started and where we're at. What do you guys think? Do you think that there is a reason it was her. I don't know. Let's go see. Sometimes the Daily Mail can be iffy, but they do get really good pictures. So let's see if they got any interesting pictures. Okay. So I think this might clarify the white van thing here. Lots of photos. There's no way if that was the van, if there was a white van that was stopped, that the media would be that close. That might be like law enforcement. They might be transporting people in that. Look at that picture. Yeah, that's her mama. She's so pretty too. She does not look 84, right? My Grammy used to love it when people would say, "You don't look 91." And if somebody didn't say it, she would say, "I'm 91," and pretty much make them say it. I love it. Oof, nightmare. Gosh. Yeah, so they have that. Not a whole lot, y'all. Let's see if TMZ's posted anything new. We're just making the rounds, y'all. I might call it a night here soon. See, like these videos here, they're kind of blurred out. That's what I'm talking about. Sometimes it's tempting because you think you're going to see something new, and then you got the epizudio on your computer. That's what we call like funk. All right, let me check my WebEx alert. Kind of crazy that today's the first day Tucson's had rain since like Bryanton's been there. Looks like there's still some police presence in that neighborhood. And I'm sure there will be. This is my Twitter here at Prettyliesandalibis. And then I have Facebook, I have Instagram. So if you're new here, follow me on all those. I do a lot of YouTube shorts when there's breaking news. So on YouTube, you're here now, but if you go to my channel, if you don't see if you see the word subscribe, that means you're not subscribed. So click subscribe. But I've started to do a lot of YouTube shorts. It's really, and I mean, sometimes y'all, I'm just like all up on there. Ironically enough, this video right here got more views than I think just about anything. This is when we had our snowstorm the other day. And I bought these, they're called crampons, right? So you stick them on your feet and you don't bust your tail. Cause I'm at the age where if I hit the ice and I hit the pavement, that's like titanium hip, right? So I got these. Check it out. It's got 91,000 views, the most I've ever had. Usually I get like 3,000. Yeah, those things were great. But yeah, so I'm doing a lot more YouTube shorts because they're quick, they're easy to get out, and I can just not have to put together an entire episode. So if you like that kind of stuff, I'm really trying to do a lot more of that. Yeah, people are just there's no way that Okay, let's see if there's any new videos we haven't seen. We've seen this photo of this guy being detained. I actually haven't seen this angle. That's a different angle. I'm looking at the calves because the one thing that I noticed is the person in the video, their calves were very defined and their quads. It's like, they were sort of fit. Can't tell how tall he is. He's sitting down, but well, they were getting fingerprints in that video I saw, like right there on scene. They actually have something now, and the FBI uses this could be what they're doing. It is like an in the field scanner. So let me show you guys. It's really cool. And right there from the field, they can check these databases all over the country. And I was talking about this on a live or an episode. I can't remember. Yeah, it's this new like Suprema biometric hardware. Yeah, next generation. So let me show you guys this. I bet you that's what's happening here. They can do biometrics just like our phones, so they can scan your eyes. So like mugshot stuff, they can compare it to crazy numbers in a matter of seconds. Also, advanced fingerprint identification technology. They can do palm print, latent prints, a wrap back. That's about people who are like principals or in positions of trust. Interstate photo system, all photos received like bulk submission, multiple photo sets per FBI record for criminal subjects. So they could be doing the biometric stuff there, but it looks like he has his hand up on something. I want to pull this up. It kind of looks like let's see here. Okay, let's Google search this and see if we find it. It's crazy what they can do. But this is something I think that's very specific to the FBI. Here we go. Let's show you. Show this tab instead. So it's kind of like this, Now they don't really roll your prints like they used to. But they have these out in the field that are portable. And I would venture a guess that's what they're doing there, just to see if they can get an identification. Does he have they can find out right there if he has a criminal record, if it's a violent record. It tells a lot. It's really cool. So I bet that's what they were doing there. That's a good picture. Yeah, I haven't seen this picture. Let's see. You know, somebody has an interesting theory here, and we'll say it's a theory allegedly and all that jazz. You know, they could have been holding up the sheets because there's actual evidence they've been looking for in the back of that too. Yeah. All right, let's scroll and see if we see anything else before we knock off for the night. I've said that 5 times. So much unconfirmed stuff. I just can't believe this was 2 miles from our house. I'm sorry, I keep knocking the microphone with my knee. Let's see here. Might be a new one. I don't think there's any audio on that guy. Sorry. Well, they're getting DNA, swabbing for DNA right there. See the long Q-tip looking thing. You can see the paper for it right there. They're getting swabs for DNA before they move that car. Smart. Wouldn't you love to know what they know right now, y'all? People, I haven't even looked at my yeah, that is not just no, no, no. Brian, I hope that boy is getting some sleep. He deserves it. So I think it's quiet, y'all. I think we'll end it here. And I hate to end it because I'm having fun, but it's also 3:19 in the morning. And I know I'm gonna want to get up early because if anything breaks, we're just gonna go back live. There's a good chance I'm gonna be live for a while tomorrow because I do think we may start to get in some information, but I don't think it's 1:20 out there. They're questioning people, they're processing evidence. They're probably all up in that Range Rover right now. So I don't think we hear anything else tonight, but I just want to thank you guys for being with me. I mean, we still have over 5,000 people in here. That is insane. Yeah, these cities are not all that the crime makes them out to be. You know, and it's sad when cities get such a bad rap for bad things happening, but bad things happen in small cities, small towns. I mean, Greenville, South Carolina is like the Wild West on the weekends. Somebody's always firing their guns. Vehicles leaving from the other scene. Okay, there you go. So they said they would be there for hours, and we've been there hours. So, yeah, I do agree, Liz Harp, and I'm gonna lay in bed and probably so one thing to know about me is I find the most random YouTube videos. If y'all saw my YouTube history, you would laugh. So I'll just find like Japanese vending machines, and it's just like satisfying. So I'll lay there and go to sleep to that, or I might watch like sushi conveyor belts. I don't even eat sushi. I don't eat seafood. Or I might watch like What If? It's this crazy channel. Like, what if our moon floated into space? It's like catastrophe stuff. And then Fern is a great one. I'll show you this channel real quick before I go. Non-endorsement. Okay. Yeah, he has some really good stuff. He or she, I'm not sure. But they do it really well on this channel. They do just like some little, it's like AI stuff, but they pack so much in. And their hacker series is what I always, I've said from this, like, call in the teenagers if you want to find where these ransom notes are coming from, because the kid who hacked the Pentagon, unfortunately, paid with his life. The kids who hacked Xbox shut the servers down for 2 weeks, and Minecraft scammer stole 16,500,000. The hacker who destroyed Hollywood. A lot of these are kids. But this is a great channel if you like just really short documentaries. And my other favorite that I'll probably watch tonight, I need a brain cleanse. I'm just gonna have to put on something like puppies and stuff, or like babies giggling. Weird History is great. So they do timelines, but they also do short documentary style stuff on Queen Elizabeth's lethal makeup. It's what happened in the year 536. It was the worst time to be alive. The radioactive Boy Scout. What it was like to be an inmate at Alcatraz. I don't know what that is on the foot, but we are not watching that. The Real Revenant. Life in Medieval Castles. That was interesting. You could see how many of these I've watched. How You Could Have Survived the Black Plague. How Twisted Sister Outclassed Congress. If you've never watched that, I highly recommend it. I'm going to click on anything with Dolly Parton. It's just a really cool channel about history. This is very random stuff. What was it like to be an inmate at Alcatraz? What was it like to be a trench soldier in World War II? Just if you like history, this is great. Definitely would not want to be a medieval peasant because their hygiene, y'all, lacking. Rack-a-lacking. So yeah, that's a good one. So I think I'm gonna watch Weird History tonight to cleanse my brain. But all right, yeah. So big day tomorrow. Follow us again. Me, the channel, Alibiers, my people. Look for it if you want to know when I go live. Just make sure you're subscribed and click that little bell icon. Probably be live a lot of the day tomorrow. My youngest is in the mountains with friends and their families. My oldest is here. My two older ones are here, but they're 20 and 18. So, I'll probably like binge something with them tomorrow night. But I do plan on being live again tomorrow for a lot of the day, just going through kind of what we did tonight, doing the legwork here on my end just to bring you the updates so you're not going on a big scavenger hunt on the internet and getting information that's not verified or is very misleading. But y'all, I can't thank you enough. I'm blown away with how many of you guys have trusted me with this tonight. And a big welcome to everybody who's new. I think you'll find the Alibier community. My goodness, we are one of the best out there. I'm so proud of this community. To my mods, oh my gosh, y'all rock. I love you. His picture is out, full face, no mask. I'm not seeing anything about a mugshot being released. I've seen, yeah, I haven't seen that. But my email is send Gigi your alibi at gmail.com. So if you have anything you want me to look at or anything you want, if you're depressed and you just need to talk, hit me up my inbox. I'm here for y'all. But yeah, the Alibier community, man, we got something special going on here. It's all about justice and love and supporting the families and telling the stories of the victims. And so I'm glad you found me. The more, the merrier. Oh, thank you so much. I do appreciate a like. It's been quite a big day. And at the end of the day, all I want is to hear that Mrs. Nancy Guthrie is okay. And just some resolution will be good. And then we have a whole other process to follow moving forward if this ends up in an arrest. And I really, I would venture a guess this is the real deal right here. So we'll follow this from court hearings to filing motions. And when motions are filed, I go through those. And we just follow every process so you don't miss nothing. But I do the hard stuff. You guys sit back and I take care of y'all because y'all take care of me. I'm gonna go get some good snoozle time. My dogs are like, when they heard me say I would go to bed. Cold Cat, they haven't released anything yet. The only thing is that doorbell video. People are posting pictures of who they think this is. I'm not going to post that, but believe me, as soon as we get a name, as soon as we get a mugshot, I'm going to bring it to you. That's why I'm going to get some sleep, because I think tomorrow's going to be the day we start to hear some word on the street. You know, Brian Enton's definitely going to be hitting that pavement. Michael Ruiz. So we're going to be following their feeds closely all day and doing what we did tonight, just making sure, you know, that nothing, just as updates come in, that they're factual and we get them out. And then we'll have some fun in between, because, you know, sometimes you got to laugh a little bit with all this heaviness, because, you know, like Jimmy Buffett said, if we couldn't laugh, we would all go insane. And that's the truth. Yeah. So thank you guys. Appreciate all y'all mods. Go get some sleep. I don't expect to see any of y'all on here. I got the chat tomorrow. Y'all want to come hang, that's fine. But thank y'all. Love y'all. They found a backpack. Okay. Yeah, so we'll start looking for those updates tomorrow. Thank you guys. Good night. Sleep tight. Don't let the bed bugs bite. Bye.